All right, good morning. I'm David-Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. Let's see, the audio should work now. Good morning. I'm David-Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. We have a tornado warning, so let's get to it. This is going to be a tornado warning that is going to include Archer City, Scotland, does not include Wichita Falls. This will be north of Windthirst. It's going to be a tornado warning for northeastern Archer County until 4:15 a.m. At 3:38 a.m., a possible tornado is located just west-northwest of Archer City. And the storm is going to be moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, this is a tornado warning that does include Archer City. It does include Scotland. It does not include Windthirst, and it's going to stay south of Lakeside City and Wichita Falls. So let's switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we'll get a better look at this. You can see the circulation, a pretty strong looking circulation at that, is right on Highway 25. This is going to be crossing over Highway 79 shortly. It looks like this is going to stay probably just northwest of Archer City. Those of you just north of town, well, in town, you need to be in shelter. Those of you who might be on Highway 79 up towards Davis Road need to be in shelter as this possible tornadic supercell moves northeast at 40 miles per hour. Again, what we're dealing with is hopefully something that will not be with us too long. I will admit there is some surprise that we are dealing with a somewhat discrete storm this morning. I didn't think that was going to be an issue, but, well, Mother Nature doesn't really care what we think. So sometimes in these squall line situations, storms end up breaking up in the line a bit, and you have little breaks in the line. In this case, this is just an all-out discrete storm that's come by to say hello. So again, this is the first tornado warning we've had this morning. It's for portions, and by portions, northeastern Archer County and northwest Texas until 4:15. A possible tornado located about 1 to 2 miles northwest of Archer City. And it's going to be moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Once we get past Highway 25, the circulation will be moving towards Highway 79. After Highway 79, those of you on Highway 281 from south of Wichita Falls all the way to Scotland, north of Highway 25, and up 281 will be impacted by this. So again, this is 281 right here. Latest reflectivity scan just came in. You can see a pretty impressive rear flank downdraft on the backside of this thunderstorm. That's where you have the winds coming around on the backside of the circulation and helping to spin up the circulation. We'll zoom back in, and again, this potential tornado is now located between Highway 25 and Highway 79, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see circulation right there. Winds in the red, moving away from the radar in Frederick, Oklahoma. Winds or colors in the green, moving towards the radar. That's your radar indicated tornado right there. We'll switch over and see if we have any sort of debris signature, and we don't have a clear, concise debris signature with this storm, which is again good. But again, you're not going to see a debris signature unless, one, we have a tornado down, two, said tornado has hit something, and three, that debris is able to be lofted up into the air to the radar beam height. Radar here is looking at about 3,600 feet above the ground. So really, I mean, yeah, it has to hit. Typically, we need a forest, a lot of trees, or some sort of structural debris for debris to be lofted and seen by the radar well enough. And you're not going to get that easily out here given the semi-rural nature, especially now that we're talking about north of Archer City. So, again, if you're in Archer City proper, the good news is this is probably going to stay north of town by a mile or two, but I certainly wouldn't want folks to think it's a good idea to come out of shelter just yet. You might end up having some strong winds on the backside of the circulation as it passes over Highway 79. and continues moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. We'll zoom out. We were looking at a severe thunderstorm warning a wee bit earlier, and this was going to be on the past west of Holiday, northeast towards Iowa Park, and then over Burke Burnett. That storm is now northeast of Texas, north of the Red River, I should say, northeast of Burke Burnett, and moving away. That storm was showing signs of rotation earlier, but never became as organized as the storm further southwest. And again, this is a tornado warning for northwestern Archer County until 4:15 a.m. Central Time. And this is for a possible tornado that is going to be very near Highway 79 and Davis Road. If we put a magical marker on the screen, this may pass 3 to 5 miles north of Archer City proper and Highway 25, but we definitely don't want folks to think it's a good idea to come out of shelter. You can see the latest update from the National Weather Service in Norman. You can see circulation now approaching Highway 79, again near Davis Road, and then we had the polygon shrink a bit. So again, Archer City technically still in the warning. This will pass probably 3 to 5 miles north of town. Spotters in the area, and yeah, there are spotters out at 3:45 in the morning. Haven't seen too much. Now, here's a couple of issues we're dealing with. One, it's December. What's that have to do with it? Well, it's dark more often than it's not. Two, these storms aren't producing a significant amount of lightning, so that makes spotting these tornadoes more difficult at night. And three, we have a new tornado warning for Coleman and Reynolds counties. Okay, down farther south. Well, slap me silly and say kumbaya. Apparently, we're just going to start off with this. So let's switch radars. This is going to be a new tornado warning. Let's switch over to the how hard the rain's blowing mode. National Weather Service in San Angelo has issued a tornado warning for, well, I'll just read the warning. Northern Coleman County, southeastern Reynolds County. This is going to be down in the big country. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Talpa, moving northeast at 40. It's going to be near Talpa now. Glen Cove about 4 a.m. Valera 4:05, and Coleman and Silver Valley about 4:15 a.m. So let me pop my radar down. I just want to get a better look at what we have going on here. And in case regulars are watching, you might notice I don't have my typical background. I'm actually remoting in to do this. I am visiting family, and I am currently about 1,400 miles away from the production set of what you're looking at. So technology allows you to do some amazing things. Alright, let's switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And we have a couple circulations here. This first circulation, this is going to be about 10 miles northwest of Valera, about 11 miles west of Coleman, about 7 miles northeast of Talpa. We have a second circulation that is coming up on Talpa. This is going to be about 3 miles southwest of Talpa. And I realize Talpa and Valera are not showing up on this specific graphic, but I'm looking at a different source that does allow me to see those communities. So again, it's going to be a tornado warning until, well, what time did I say? 4:30 for northern Coleman, southeastern Reynolds County. See if this is going to let me draw. Circulation number 1, circulation number 2. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode, and you can see these are what we call mini supercells. These are small storms. They may not even be producing lightning, but they are rotating intensely aloft, and there is the potential they could produce a tornado. What we're dealing with is a classic winter setup where we have a lot of wind shear, not a lot of instability. And when those can combine and work out, they do at times produce tornadoes, even at 3:49 in the morning. So, again, it's just going to be wait and see mode. We're in a pretty rural area. There's not a lot of stuff to hit, which is good, but we're not going to get that radar indicated debris signature unless there's a really big tornado down that's managed to hit a lot of things that get lofted up in the air, which we obviously don't want. The other aspect is it's almost 4 in the morning. You're not going to have a lot of folks out spotting, and rightfully so. Chasing storms in the middle of the night with a relatively limited amount of lightning is just asking for problems. So we have 2 tornado warnings, and again, this tornado warning includes Talpa, Valera, Coleman. Does not include Santa Ana, Echo. That's going to include Highway 67, 153, 84, 283, 205, all around Coleman. So in all likelihood, these storms are going to stay west-northwest of Coleman. But those of you in Talpa up to Novice, northwest of Coleman, y'all need to be in a safe place. That's going to be your lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, let's go back up, take a look at our northern tornado warning. This is going to be a tornado warning for northern Archer County up until 4:15 a.m. We'll zoom in. And again, reflectivity structure, definitely a more beefy supercell compared to the storms further south that are quite small. Switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and yeah, we definitely do have a circulation aloft here. But the question is, do we have anything down? This should now be east of Highway 2 or east of Highway 79. This is going to be moving towards 281. That was a pathetic arrow. What a pathetic arrow. Let's try that again. Again, this is going to be moving up towards Highway 281, passing probably just a couple miles north of the town of Scotland. So we don't want anyone going on 281 right now, north of Scotland, or say Highway 25, and going south out of Wichita Falls. And again, this is what could be a long day. Kind of surprised we're still dealing with semi-discrete storms. I figured we'd have a good squall line going at this point. That would help limit the overall tornado threat per se. I mean, squall line still has the threat for spin-up tornadoes, but discrete storm modes tend to have a higher severe weather threat. So this probably is just the incipient phase where we're still in a semi-discrete storm mode, and at some point over the next hour or two, storms will line out. We'll switch back down to the big country. You can see strong thunderstorms. Moving on into Breckenridge, could have some gusty winds. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and yeah, we have some strong winds there, maybe 40, 50 miles an hour. Nothing that shows spinny mischief there. As we head further south, we do see signs of spinny mischief with these storms that are moving on into portions of Coleman and Russell counties. And again, these storms, first circulation coming up northeast of Talpa, approaching Silver Valley. And I will admit, that is a pretty good looking circulation there. Approaching Silver Valley. Circulation number 1. Moving like that. Circulation number 2. Moving like that. And again, if this is how this day is going to go with these storms, then it's going to be a pretty long day. But not all these storms are going to be producing tornadoes or trying to spin up into mischief. Sorry, I'm looking at data. I don't have 8 monitors around me like usual, so I'm having to go old school. Okay, so both those storms moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. This is going to be the second circulation. Again, could be in Coleman about 4:15 a.m., maybe a bit sooner. As usual, we're only going to be focusing on the most intense thunderstorms this morning. And y'all can keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Or just use the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Alright, speaking of which, I should probably make sure we are actually live on everything we need to be live on. Or I could just be a doofus and log out of everything I needed to be logged into. That's good. This is why I get no cookies. It's a Monday. It's a Monday. It's a Tuesday, but I'm going to pretend it's a Monday for my sanity. So, for those of you joining us, good morning. We have 2 tornado warnings right now. We have a tornado warning for northern Archer County in northwest Texas until 4:15 a.m. We have a second tornado warning for portions of Reynolds and Coleman counties until 4:30 a.m. That's further south in the big country. We are live on what we need to be live on. Good enough. And I'll zoom out for y'all after I turn the magical telestrator off. Sorry, having to get the microphone out of my view. Alright, let's zoom out. And again, what we have is a couple of strong to severe storms right now. Broken line of showers and storms, honestly, most of which are not impressive. Now in the eastern Concho Valley, eastern Big Country, up towards Breckenridge. A couple of stronger storms in northwest Texas. We'll switch radar sites. Updated tornado warning. If you're in Archer City, you're clear from this circulation. Circulation's now northeast of Archer City. Still more storms to the west-southwest, so I can't rule out any additional mischief, but for now, go back to bed. If you are in Scotland, you're no longer in this warning. This is going to be passing a couple miles north of Scotland, where 281 curves north. And this will be passing well south of both Lakeside City and Wichita Falls, moving towards the northeast. If this thunderstorm continues to show signs of producing a tornado, it could be near the community of Henrietta at 4:24 a.m. That's where 82 and 287 split off. We note a new tornado watch has just been issued until 11 a.m., and that's going to include all of North Texas, it looks like, including the entirety of the DFW Metroplex. Not overly surprising, so again, that's going to be a tornado watch through 11 a.m. for most of North Texas, Texoma, Sherman, Gainesville, Wichita Falls, south to Brownwood, east to Bonham, Greenville, Gun Barrel City, so including all of the DFW Metroplex. And that won't be the only watch. We'll have more watches issued as the day goes on. It looks like for now, I wouldn't be shocked if they let this tornado warning expire / don't issue one downstream, because the circulation doesn't look overly intense right now with the Archer County cell. Yeah, the storm's rotating, and yes, it has a bean shape on radar, but it's not significant rotation. And we'll be watching it closely, but again, that storm could still be producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some pocket change size hail. Heading back down into the big country, the Concho Valley, we've got a strong circulation that could be putting a tornado down, crossing over Highway 84. This is going to be between Coleman and Novice, just southeast of Silver Valley. We'll put some measurements on here. going to be about 9 miles northwest of Coleman, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. A second circulation, about 12 miles due west of Coleman. I'll be crossing over 153. After this, these storms, for what it's worth, are generally moving parallel to Highway 206, northeast out of Coleman, and these could be an issue for places like Echo, Cross Plains, and May over the next 45 minutes. But this circulation right here, again, about 8 to 9 miles northwest of Coleman, probably the most impressive one I've seen so far this morning. We'll do some analyzing in terms of the winds. Winds moving towards the radar up in east of Abilene at about 45 miles an hour, moving away at about 50. So we've got nearly 100 mile per hour winds rotating aloft. The real question is, are those winds making it down to the surface in the form of A, tornado, 2, damaging winds from a rear flank downdraft? I can't tell you. Again, it is 4 a.m. in the middle of the night in a relatively rural area, if not a very rural area. And simply put, we're not going to know about anything that's happened until probably the middle of this afternoon out here. And that probably be in the form of, some power lines get knocked over, some fences get torn up. But we're going to be watching it carefully. Again, this is going to stay north of Coleman. But wouldn't you know it, there's another one. There are now 3 little circulations showing up, with the northernmost definitely being the most prominent. And again, switching back over to the how hard the rain is falling mode. These are what we call mini supercells. These are very small storms. They may not be producing any lightning, but they are spinning like a top. We have very strong wind shear, both directionally and speed shear. We have southeast winds at the surface, south to southwest winds at about 5,000 feet above the ground, and winds well over 100 miles an hour, 10,000 feet up out of the west-southwest. So we have good directional shear. Storms are able to rotate. Even showers are able to rotate. And when you find just the right amount of instability or moisture, those showers and storms are able to spin up. Not dealing with a solid squall line yet. When we have a solid squall line, we're going to stop dealing with these little beans per se. We'll have to watch the squall line for some damaging winds and some brief spin-up potential, kind of like we're doing right now, but definitely don't have a solid squall line yet. So as long as we have these cellular type storms, we're going to have to be extra vigilant. And we haven't had any confirmed reports of tornadoes this morning. These are all radar indicated, again, over rural areas, which is good. I mean, we don't want tornadoes hitting anybody. That is, if tornadoes are happening at all. And the difference between doing what we're doing here and doing what we do in East Texas is East Texas has a lot of foliage, a lot of trees. Even weak tornadoes tend to, pick up leaves, knock down trees, all that. And that's what gives us that tornado debris signature. The debris tracker, the blue donut. We're not going to get that out here unless we have a tornado hit a structure, a tornado going through a town, or, hit a random grove of trees or something. So, and again, we're not really going to have many storm spotters out here at 4 in the morning, and rightfully so. If these storms aren't even producing lightning, you're not going to be able to see the thing unless it hits you. So at this point, the better, and definitely the safer idea, is just to essentially let the thing pass through, go in behind it, and see if there's damage. If so, report the damage, and that gives ground truth that something has occurred. And again, we do have a tornado watch through 11 a.m. Texoma, North Texas. I'll pop that on here real quick. It's just going to be a yellow background. That's a tornado watch through 11 a.m. You can see it includes all of North Texas, Texoma, essentially from Wichita Falls, Brownwood, east to Gun Barrel City, Terrell, Greenville, Bonham. All of DFW is included, so who doesn't like tracking severe weather at 4 in the morning? If it makes you feel better, I'm actually visiting family on the East Coast right now. I'm about 10 miles south of Atlantic City, New Jersey, so it's after 5 a.m. here. But nevertheless, we continue to do. And continue to be amazed by technology and the ability to remote in and do coverage remotely. The radar, all this you're looking at, is running on my main computer back at TSC headquarters, about 1,400 miles away from where I'm sitting right now. I'm using another computer to remote in, control all this, and broadcast my video and audio back to what I call Megadesky back at the HQ, and that's able to ingest all that, mix it together, and create what is hopefully a semi-decent live stream. Alright, let's go back down. Well, first off, sorry, I was just looking at stuff. Line of storms, which is what we generally expected now from just west of Burke Burnett, west of Holiday, down to Throckmorton. And those storms are showers, really. Gusty winds up to 40 miles an hour. We're having to watch some of these cells ahead of the line for brief spin-up potential. And again, I don't think they're going to be issuing a new tornado warning on this storm now east of 281. If you're on 281 between Wichita Falls, Scotland, and Highway 25, you're good to go in terms of traveling. This is now east, moving up and out of Archer County, at least in the next 5 minutes. And I mean, the storm's still rotating. This is looking at the winds in red, moving away from the radar up in near Manitou and Frederick, Oklahoma. Winds in the green, moving towards. And if this thing intensifies again, which it might, these cycle, we might have a new tornado warning, and that would be an issue for places like Jolly, Henrietta, 287. So we'll keep watching that storm closely. We have a individual severe storm in southwest Oklahoma. That's moving towards Duncan and Comanche, Oklahoma. We'll just take a look at the velocities. Yeah, there's some rotation with that cell, but nothing that screams mega problems. Go back down to our tornado warning from Ballinger to Coleman. Might actually have to reset this radar. It's being a little laggy. As you can see, we actually have multiple circulations. One circulation on Highway 153, that's not all that far west of Coleman. Another circulation about to pass over 283 north of Coleman. Middle circulation, about 8 miles, 7 miles west of Coleman, moving northeast at 40. Northern circulation about 8 miles north of Coleman, moving northeast at 40. About to impact Highway 283. Both of these are capable of producing at least brief spin-up tornadoes, which would, knock down fences, damage roofs, etc. If there's only one tornado today and it happens to come down your block, well, you're not going to be in a happy mood. So that's why we want folks to take warning seriously, even if it's not, a mile-wide tornado on the ground for 50 miles. Which we don't want any of that. We dealt with that last month. Let's not. So that's what we're dealing with. And real quick, let's press the magical super duper. Nope, not that button. Not that button. Nope, not that button. There's the magic button. We're going to take a look at the overall state over the last couple hours. Give me just a second. I will clean this up so y'all can actually see what's going on. I'll just load clouds. Here's the radar over the last 2 hours. I'll load severe weather watches too. These yellow boxes are tornado watches. Again, new tornado watch until 11 a.m. for North Texas. Texoma includes DFW. Broken line of thunderstorms moving east about 40 miles an hour now from roughly Wichita Falls to Coleman. Some of these are severe and capable of producing at least brief tornadoes. This line will keep moving east over the next several hours. We're not going to be done with these storms until they move into Arkansas and Louisiana, probably after 3 p.m., if not later. So, DFW, these are moving a little slower than I thought they'd be, but we're still probably going to be dealing with storms in DFW between, let's say, what is it, 4 now? Let's say between about 6:30 and 8:30, give or take an hour. We'll take a look at today's severe weather outlook. Again, this is the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for today after 7 a.m. Level 2 risk, generally where we expect the squall line to be at 7 a.m. Just west or entering the DFW Metroplex to Gainesville, and then moving east this morning into this afternoon. You'll notice we have an enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5 across East Texas. And that's going to specifically be for the potential of tornadoes. This is the tornado risk after 7 a.m., but you might as well just extend it to where the storms are right now, and you'll be good to go. Tornado risk, again, generally low across North Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas, and we have a higher risk for tornadoes across the piney woods of East Texas and the far East Texas this afternoon, and that's where we are somewhat more concerned about the potential for semi-discrete supercells, which would have a higher potential of producing tornadoes. And again, you can watch our live severe weather coverage on, well, pretty much everything. We got the Facebag, the Tweeter, YouHoot, we're on Twitch. And of course, we're also live in our mobile app and on our website, texasstormchasers.com. So let's get back to it. It is 4:12 a.m. We are down to 1 tornado warning. Tornado warning up here in Archer County is going to be allowed to expire. So we are down to 1 tornado warning. And this is going to be for this thunderstorm. A couple of storms, actually. And these are moving very quickly to the northeast. Those of you in Cross Plains, Rising Star, Echo, keep an eye out. Totally possible we may need a new tornado warning crosscut too. Switch back over to the which way the winds are blowing. And again, we have pretty strong indications of rotation with these showers to small thunderstorms. What we're dealing with is not a typical springtime environment. It is not like we dealt with back on November 4th across northeast Texas. We're dealing with high shear, relatively limited instability. The moisture values aren't as impressive as they were back on November 4th. And the result, well, that and the fact it's 4 a.m., we're dealing with these little storms, which are frankly more showery than not. This isn't too uncommon out further east in places like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, with these high shear, low instability environments. But as you can see, switching over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, if I actually press the right button, there we go, these storms are rotating. And at times they've shown quite the impressive circulation, so we might have brief tornadoes occur. Right now, it looks like both these circulations are going to stay north of Coleman, but we have a third circulation on Highway 67 back near Talpa. That's moving northeast, and again, this is a tornado warning for portions of, well, it looks like this is just going to be for Coleman County, northern Coleman County. Tornado warning for Reynolds has been allowed to expire. Tornado warning for Archer has been allowed to expire, so that is good. And again, this is going to be for northern Coleman County, does not include Santa Ana, does not include Novice. This is going to stay north of Brownwood. I'm going to actually reset this radar real quick to get that background to load. I don't know why it's not, but technology and I sometimes clash heads. So that's why you're seeing the black screen of doom. There we go. All is well. And again, we have one tornado warning right now, and this is going to be for a couple of transient circulations north of Coleman. First circulation is on 283, probably now close to 15 miles north of Coleman, moving away. Second circulation is about 6 to 8 miles northwest of Coleman on Highway 84. That'll be crossing over Highway 283 in the next 10 minutes. And then a third circulation back towards Talpa, west of Valera. And that's going to be on Highway 67. And this storm / storms moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So real quick, I want to take a look at what we're expecting over the next several hours from the high-res rapid refresh model. Again, I have to press some buttons manually here, so give me just a moment, and we'll get her set up. All right. We'll load the latest high-res rapid refresh model. And again, what we're looking at, that's 10 a.m. We're going to go back to right now. So 4 a.m. And this is just to see how this model's performing. You know, it doesn't have some of the stuff further south in the Concho Valley, but it's not doing bad, honestly, all things considered. Weather models aren't perfect. And I'm just going to load a loop all the way out to the end of the model run. And I'll move the map in just a second. Again, this is a model run through this afternoon. Data's loading. It'll stop jumping around here in a minute. I'll tell you what concerns me a little. You know, we have a semi-solid squall line across Texoma, North Texas this morning. Moving through DFW, it looks like between about, at this point, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Definitely a couple hours slower than it was looking last night. That might be because we simply just don't have as organized of a squall line now that would have helped push these storms east further quickly. What does concern me is this model is trying to indicate a more cellular storm mode in East Texas this afternoon. I'm going to actually stop the loop. That's not what I wanted to show you. There we go. It's not even giving y'all times. Come on now. Let's be nice. Thank you. This is 10 a.m. I'll back it up to 8. You can see this has storms moving Gainesville to Palo County, Weatherford, down to Gatesville, east of Goldwaith. That's about 8 a.m., so that's relatively on par, maybe about 2 hours later than what I was thinking yesterday. 10 a.m., storms extend from near Bonham down to Dallas, Fort Hood, Killeen. Not all these are going to be severe. Some are going to have some small hail, gusty winds. This is what concerns me. We're not dealing with a squall line. We're dealing with showery garbage, for the lack of a more meteorological term, but we're also dealing with some supercells. Now, whether or not this model's right is to be determined. If we have a solid line of storms, okay. If we are dealing with more semi-discrete storm modes. That's going to increase the threat for tornadoes late this morning and this afternoon across East Texas. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Yeah, that's concerning. 4, 5. Okay, so let me see. Do we have updraft helicity tracks on this? Okay, well, let's do this. Sorry, I'm just analyzing some stuff real quick. I know y'all are like, what is he doing? I promise there's a method to my madness. Well, look at the lowest. Yeah, and this is just instability in the lowest 3 kilometers of the atmosphere at the same time. I just wanted to see if the atmosphere was unstable, and it is. So, well, if that were to verify, I'd definitely be more concerned this afternoon. But it's not this afternoon. It's currently 4:20 in the morning. Let's get back to tracking the reason why I'm chatting with y'all. That's going to be a tornado warning for northern Coleman County for another 10 minutes. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And, yeah, I mean, good news is the circulations are definitely not as intense as they were. These showers are rotating aloft. There's no doubt about that. But what I think's happening here is we're just in the initial stages of development. We have some weaker storms. And, I mean, these are certainly capable. If the circulations organize and tighten up, we could certainly see brief tornadoes occur. But it's almost like pinning the tail on the donkey or the politician, depending on which mood you're in. But if this is what we're going to be doing all morning, we're just going to be playing whack-a-mole. So we'll see what happens if the Weather Service decides to extend this tornado warning or let it go. Which then brings me to a psalm, which I will not sing because that'll result in a copyright strike. So the plan is right now, we're probably going to be taking a break here, especially if they let this tornado warning go. And then I'm going to produce the typical daily weather video, Texas weather roundup video that'll have the forecast viewable on all our platforms. And I'll also ingest coffee, because we like coffee. And here, by the way, if you want to see my Christmassy thing, I'll just zoom completely out and switch over to it real quick. Boo. Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year. Back to that. And again, the reason we're here is a single tornado warning for another 7 minutes. This is going to be for areas northern Coleman County. This does not include Santa Ana, Novice. This is well south of Interstate 20. We'll be staying northwest of Brownwood. At least these specific storms could impact Rising Star, Cross Plains. Crosscut, May, over the next 45 minutes. But again, these storms are definitely spinning. I just don't know if they're spinning enough to produce a tornado at the surface. Definitely enough to bring some strong winds down to the surface. But again, you can see we do have multiple little circulations here. 1, 2, 3. We're looking about 4,000 to 3,000 feet above the ground. This one near Cross Plains is actually closer to 2,000 feet. And we have new tornado warning. That's going to be until 5:15 a.m. It's going to be a tornado warning for southeastern Callahan, northwestern Brown, and northern Coleman counties until 5:15 for a possible tornado located near Echo, 8 miles west of Burkett, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is going to be near Burkett at 4:35. Crosscut about 4:45, Cross Plains at about 4:50. So this new tornado warning does include several of the towns I was just talking about. We'll zoom back in, get rid of the telestration. And again, this does include Crosscut, Cross Plains, Echo, Coleman. Includes Highway 205 from Coleman all the way up to Cross Plains. It includes Highway 219 around Cross Plains. It includes all these highways around Coleman. And it looks like that tornado warning is going to be to cover all 3 circulations. Let me turn off that storm tag right there. There we go. So again, we have a couple circulations. Switch back over to the which way the wind, or excuse me, the how hard it's raining mode. And yeah, these are relatively small storms, what we call mini supercells, but these can occasionally produce tornadoes. I just can't tell you if that's actually happening at this point outside of what the radar thinks is going on, because it's 4:15, 4:30 in the morning, middle of the night. These are hardly producing lightning, and we're 2 weeks from Christmas, so it's not going to be sunrises in what, for another 3 hours? Not the typical thing we're doing 2 weeks before Christmas, but you know what? Mother Nature's a troll. So I'm going to do real quick. We are not going to go anywhere, but I am going to stand up very quickly. And I'm going to get myself some coffee from the fridge. So give me just a second. We will be right back. Stream's not going anywhere. I'm just standing up, and you're not going to hear me for a second. All right. Oh, how nice. The camera was kind enough to completely and utterly... Oh, this is a conundrum with a motion following camera. When you're not in your typical environment, it just follows you. So, good morning. I'm David-Reimer at the Texas Storm Chasers. It's 4:28 a.m. Central Time on the 13th of December 2022, in the midst of covering a tornado warning in portions of the Concho Valley / Big Country. I will apologize. I will admit the video you're watching with my face is being broadcast into the computer, putting out this stream along with the radar, which I'm controlling on a bedroom television that is currently on the dining room table, which undoubtedly will anger the mother. I'm visiting family on the East Coast, so I'm remoting in and doing this, which is a pretty impressive technological feat. Real quick. All right, it's going to be a tornado warning for portions of Coleman, Brown, and Callahan counties until 5:15 a.m. Central Time. It's going to be for multiple small circulations that are moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And we'll switch over from the how hard it's raining to the which way the wind is blowing mode. And you can see some of these. I'll admit that third circulation is looking pretty good now. There might be some boundary or just something around here that is helping to spin these up. It's a pretty good looking circulation on Highway 153. That's west of Coleman by probably 5 to 6 miles. Second circulation was this storm. That's not as impressive looking. That's near Echo, just west of Highway 206. First circulation, also not as impressive looking, is coming up on Cross Plains and Burkett on Highway 206. All these are moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. And again, I know my telestrating skills, my drawing skills are comparable to a pre-K student, and that might be an insult to the pre-K students. We'll switch back over real quick. I'll just show you debris mode. We're not going to really see any sort of debris mode. That little donut here, that's not actually debris. Look, out here, rural areas, the only way we're going to see debris is if random grove of trees gets hit by the tornado, we're in a town, or we hit a structure. This isn't like East Texas where I can show you pretty easily these tornado debris signatures on radar. You know, the blue donut surrounded by the ring of red. Those of you watching me back on November 4th will recall that in great detail. Out here, not a lot of trees, so there's not a lot of stuff to pick up. It's not going to register as a tornado debris signature. And we don't want it to anyway, so again, this is a tornado warning until 5:15 a.m. And again, I realize I'm just repeating stuff at this point, but, you know, we're in a pretty rural area, middle of the night, and I don't have anything else to show y'all, but I can at least be here to give folks information who might just be joining. This is the only tornado warning we have. This is the only severe weather warning we have in the state of Texas right now. We've got multiple circulations. First circulation, and I'm just going to honestly look on my scope here and just tell you the distances. We've got circulation about 6 miles west of Coleman. That'll be moving north of town, crossing over Highway 84 in the next 5 to 10 minutes between Coleman and Silver Valley. A second circulation, that's the middle storm with that little hook echo appendage just northeast of Echo. That's going to be coming up to Burkett on Highway 206 in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And we have a third but weakened circulation with the most northern little cell near Cross Plains. And here, I'm going to actually try to load this data without blowing this radar program sky high, but I might. Let me turn some buttons here to see if I can actually prevent that from happening. Probably not. So this is just a loop over the last couple minutes. And you can see we've dealt with multiple circulations. They pulse up, they pulse down. We're dealing with relatively small showers and storms at this point. But we're watching them, so that is why we're here. If you're in Cross Plains, Cross Cut, just southwest of Rising Star, Echo, Burkett on 206, and just north of Coleman, you're in this tornado warning until 5:15 a.m. This tornado warning does not include Brownwood, does not include Bayard, does not include Putnam or any part of Interstate 20, does not include Roden, does not technically include Rising Star at this point. This tornado warning does not include Santa Ana, Valera, Talpa. In fact, this tornado warning doesn't even technically include the city of Coleman at this point. So it's just a fairly narrow corridor where we have multiple circulations. trying to produce brief tornadoes. There must be some sort of enhanced low-level vorticity or stretching of the atmosphere in this area causing all this. But, you know, we're here for it. I'm just looking at some stuff on my other screen. By the end of this day, I guarantee you I'm going to need a neck pillow. Sitting on a dining room table made 40 years ago is not the most comfortable chair to sit on, especially when there is no padding whatsoever. That's what chiropractors are for. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom out. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. We've got a strong thunderstorm just northwest of Cisco and Eastland. Maybe some pea-size hail, 40-mile-an-hour winds with that. A strong storm northeast of Breckenridge. That'll be coming up towards Possum Kingdom Lake in northwest Palo Pinto County. Some good rain for the lake, hopefully. Maybe some gusty winds, small hail. It's pouring and storming in Graham right now. And then we've got our little broken line of storms, essentially, at this point, from near Wichita Falls to Graham to Breckenridge to these little mischievous things. Well, Cisco, and then mischievous storms just north of Coleman to Cross Plains. Coffee, coffee, coffee. And again, we've had no confirmed reports of damage, no confirmed reports of tornadoes, no confirmed reports of, well, much at this point outside of some small hail. But this is why we're here. We have a tornado warning until 5:15 a.m. for southeastern Callahan County, northwestern Brown County, northern Coleman counties until 5:15. And frankly, at this point, the storm that looks most likely to have a tornado, if there's one down, is this one, about to cross over Highway 84, just northwest of the town of Coleman. I'll put a telestrator on here. And again, from 287, from 283 and 84, this is going to be crossing about 4 miles northwest of that intersection, so about 5 miles northwest of Coleman. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see a little hook echo there. These are what we call mini supercells, so they're very small, but they can still spin and produce tornadoes. And we've definitely got a pretty good circulation looking from the radar out of southern, or out of Moran. So that's what we have. We have one tornado warning. Otherwise, all these other storms remain behaved for now. We notice a tornado warning in southern Oklahoma. Looks like this is going to be just northeast of Duncan, Oklahoma, southeast of Marlow, Oklahoma, moving towards Bray, Oklahoma. If that were to continue, it'd be a threat to places like Maysville, Paoli, Wayne, Pauls Valley, about mile marker 73 to 86 on Interstate 35, if you're familiar with the mile markers on 35 in Oklahoma. But otherwise, for us, we're generally behaving ourselves outside of these couple of small storms right around the Coleman area up to Cross Plains that are not behaving themselves. Put a storm track on those. Again, if this... it's too small of a storm track. Close enough. If this continues moving northeast at 45 miles an hour, close enough. This could be near, let's say, Burkett at about 5:02. This could be passing just southeast of Cross Plains, 5:10. Crosscut on Highway 279, about 5:07. And if it were to continue on further northeast up into Eastland County, this could be an issue for areas like Rising Star and Carbon in about 45 minutes or so. Do I really think it's going to continue that long? I really don't, but, you know, these storms are spinning pretty good. But if we can transition to more of a linear storm mode soon, hopefully we can stop having these little spin-ups try to happen. Will that happen? Who knows? Trying to outguess Mother Nature is never a good idea. So we'll just roll with the punches. I'm starting to watch this thunderstorm that is northeast of Breckenridge. Just southeast of Ivan, moving towards northwest Palo Pinto County, Possum Kingdom Lake right over here. Starting to see a wee bit of rotation with this thunderstorm. It's not super organized, but we're just keeping an eye on things. I would be moving towards Possum Kingdom Lake and then eventually Grayford before moving into southern Jack County. Further north, we'll pop up to the Frederick radar. It's storming and pouring in Wichita Falls, but that'll be concluding within the next 20 minutes as the line of storms moves east of Wichita Falls, and that marks the end of your severe weather issues. Take a look at this storm up near Bray, northeast of Duncan in Oklahoma. Yeah, pretty good little circulation there, isn't it? Again, that'd be an issue for portions of Pauls Valley, weighing up to Purcell, Oklahoma. It's about 75 to 90 miles north of the Red River. Okay. Definitely spinning like a top. Alright, back to our storm. And the reason we're here, we have a tornado warning. For northern Coleman County, southeastern Callahan County, and far northwestern Brown County. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And I'll tell you now, those of you who've been watching for a while, or a while being relative, you'll know this little piggy. It's a pretty good little couplet right there, or gate-to-gate circulation, strong indications of a tornado. This is more of a straight line wind pattern at this point. Notice how it's not as a concise area of rotation. So that's good news for that near Cross Plains, but definitely concerned we might have a tornado about to cross 281 a couple miles north of Coleman, Texas. And again, this would be the third circulation that could have had a brief tornado over the last hour in this area. I don't know what y'all did to make these storms so mad, but y'all did something. And again, it's what's called a mini supercell. It may not even be producing lightning, but it's a very small storm, but it's spinning like a top. Strong gate-to-gate circulation. No tornado debris signature, and again, I'm not really expecting to see one with storms out here, because these are likely, if we do have tornadoes, they're likely brief and on the weak side, which don't loft debris all that high, or at least for the radar beam to see. And two, probably not all that much to loft out there anyway. In East Texas, where we can see tornado debris signatures relatively easily compared to out west, it's because of the forests. You know, vegetation, trees, leaves, etc. A lot of that in East Texas, Northeast Texas. Not so much in the big country in the Concho Valley. And obviously you're not going to have many folks out spotting or chasing at 4:45 in the morning. So again, we've got this storm, I'm just going to say 6 miles north of Coleman, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Could be a threat to places like Cross Plains and Crosscut within the next 30 minutes. Now we're going to go back north. Because we are starting to see a bit of an increase with these storms here. One storm on 183 north of Cisco, south of Breckenridge. That might have some small hail with it. But this storm coming up on Possum Kingdom Lake is starting to show indications of rotation. No tornado warning right now, but we're going to watch it closely as it moves into far southeastern Yum, northwestern Palo Pinto counties over the next several minutes. And again, we have a lot of wind shear, so these small storms are able to spin up pretty easily. And they can sometimes do so without much lead time or warning, which just makes life all that more interesting. Which also leads to coffee. Those of you back further southwest, for what it's worth, both these storms are going to pass near Rising Star over the next hour. There's no tornado warning for Rising Star right now, but it's going to be close enough to where y'all are going to want to watch just in case we have to deal with mischief. And y'all can also track these storms with our interactive weather radar on our website at texasstormchasers.com/radar or just in our free mobile app. Again, this circulation looking rather potent, crossing over 283, several miles north of Coleman. Put some roads on here. It's going to be what, near County Road, just north of County Road 152 most likely. I'm just going to put some road labels on here while I'm thinking about it. Hopefully help. So again, one possible tornado located on 283, maybe 2 or 3 miles east, just north of County Road 152, moving up towards Echo and Highway 206, eventually passing near Burkett. Another circulation. This is crossing near 206 near Crosscut right now, near County Road 122. This is going to be moving towards Rising Star, and we'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend a tornado warning to cover that. Both these are what we call mini supercells. They may not be producing a lot of lightning, and they may look like showers on radar, but they're spinning like a top. And so we're going to be watching them very carefully. I know folks do not enjoy getting woken up at 4 or 5 in the morning with their phone squealing like a stuck pig, but unfortunately that's just sometimes how these work. The circulation just east of Crosscut is looking more impressive with this last scan. Tornado warning continues until 5:15 a.m. for Brown, Callahan, Coleman counties. We'll get an updated radar scan in just a second here. Definitely looking a little more impressive on my end. All right, real quick, I'm going to go grab a pillow to put on this chair because my back's killing me. My apologies. All right. All right. We'll get back to it. So yeah, you can see pretty good circulation now east of 280, excuse me, east of 279, moving towards Rising Star. These have ramp up and ramp down quickly. We'll see if the Weather Service extends the tornado warning. And then the circulation now east of 283 coming up on Echo and 206 is ramped down a bit. And that's just how these work. They're transients. Let's rephrase that. They're transient in the fact they can pulse up and pulse down quickly. I mean, I guess for all intents and purposes, yes, they are not necessarily welcome. But again, one tornado warning. It's for these two storms. One storm southeast of Cross Plains, southwest of Rising Star, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. That's actually about to be out of the warning polygon, so technically we don't have another one yet for Rising Star or Branton, and we'll see if they issue them. If not, that's okay. Second tornado producing thunderstorm capable coming up on Echo now near Highway 206 northeast of Coleman. If you're in Coleman, you are clear. You've still got some showers and storms in your vicinity, but they're much more behaved. Now, I'm going to take a look at some other data, make sure we have no mischievous behavior ongoing. Okay, so let's pop on up. Got a storm now southeast of Breckenridge, north of Ranger. This is... Let me see if I can set up storm tracks on these. No, why would I be able to set up storm tracks? That would make life easy. There we go. This is a strong storm. Could have some pocket change size hail. Moving northeast at 40 miles an hour in southeastern Stevens County. This will be moving into western Palo Pinto County over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Could have some hail towards Metcalf Gap, Brad, south of Possum Kingdom Lake, towards Palo Pinto on 180, and eventually over towards Mineral Wells and Grayford. Strong storm just northwest of Possum Kingdom Lake, moving northeast. Some rotation aloft, no tornado warning. We'll keep an eye on it. Again, all these things are going to be spinning like tops aloft, but as long as that rotation stays aloft, it don't matter. And then we do have a tornado warning down here. This is going to be for this activity. Speaking of this activity, let's make this clear. If you're in Brownwood, you're not on a tornado warning. Santa Ana, not on a tornado warning. Coleman, not on a tornado warning. If you are in places like Cisco, not on a tornado warning. If you're in Putnam, Bayard, Roden, you're not on a tornado warning. Rising Star, you're not on a tornado warning right now. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you could see a couple minutes ago this circulation west of Rising Star was looking a little more impressive. Now it's pulsed back down, and this one just northwest of Echo coming up on Burkett looks a little more impressive. So again, I don't think, let's be clear, I don't think we're dealing with strong, long-lived tornadoes here. I think what we're dealing with, if we're dealing with anything at all outside of, some heavy rain and hail and wind, is brief tornadoes touching down. Nevertheless, if you have one come on down your street, we're going to have a problem. But nevertheless, I'm just going to keep saying nevertheless. It's 5 a.m. So, I have a lot of y'all joining us. Let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom out. I take a look at what's going on across the state right now. That's not what I wanted. Nope. 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 There we go. Nope. Getting closer. And there we go. Minus the satellite. We don't need the satellite. Show y'all what's going on over the last couple hours. It's the last couple hours across the state. Broken line of thunderstorms, some of them being severe. Northwest Texas, eastern Big Country, eastern Concho Valley, now moving into western North Texas, western sections of Texoma. Again, this will continue. Line of storms moving east about 30 to 45 miles an hour. Broken line of storms. We're watching some of these storms try to spin up and produce brief tornadoes. We haven't had any confirmation of tornadoes this morning, but some radar signatures have been pretty impressive at times, and that's why we've been here for over an hour with some of these pop-up circulations. So let's take a look at what we're expecting this morning. And into the afternoon. I have to press some manual buttons here, my apologies. So we're just going to take a look at the simulated high-res rapid refresh model. I'll zoom out here and we'll go through it together. Together. Nope, can't sing the song. Get a copyright strike. Alright, so we'll zoom on out. Y'all get a good look at this. This is what we're expecting the remainder of the morning into this afternoon in terms of thunderstorms and timing. You can see storms rolling on in the Metroplex between about, let's just say 8 and 10 a.m., exiting east after that. Sorry, the camera's right here, the microphone's right here. I'm trying to not block the microphone, but then as we continue into this afternoon, or late this morning, this afternoon, storms roll into East Texas. northeast Texas. Once the line of storms moves east of your location, your chance for storms is done. And you can see it actually clears out in terms of cloud cover pretty quickly. For example, in the DFW Metroplex, it'll be sunny probably by lunchtime. Something that is a wee bit concerning in terms of storm mode is that notice how this line kind of breaks up into more cellular type structures this afternoon in western Louisiana, far east Texas. If that were to occur, the potential for tornadoes would increase. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. We'll pop on over, take a look at the severe weather outlook for today. This is after 7 a.m. and we'll get an updated one out here in about 2 hours from the Storm Prediction Center. But standard level 2 risk for severe across, well, pretty much Texoma, North Texas, all the way down to the northern Houston burbs, Golden Triangle, Beaumont, Port Arthur, all the way northeast Texas, Texarkana, with a level 3, an enhancement to the severe weather threat in far east Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas. We'll switch over, take a look at the tornado potential today. This is the tornado threat, 7 a.m. into this afternoon. You can see overall a low tornado threat, North Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas, northern Brazos Valley, but a medium threat for tornadoes across East Texas this afternoon. So we'll have to keep an eye on things, especially if we have to deal with a more cellular, discrete storm mode versus a line of storms. That would increase the threat for some spinny mischief. Back to the radar and the how hard it's raining mode. You can see I have a severe thunderstorm warning. Rising Star, Carbon, Gorman, Ranger, Eastland. So the Weather Service has not extended the tornado warning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Yeah, the storm just northwest of Rising Star is rotating, but at the same time, not enough for there to be a tornado warning. But we'll keep an eye on things. And for what it's worth, we are going to be covering the most dangerous storms today. So if we're not talking about your storms, I'm sorry, but we kind of triage here. You can keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website or the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in your device's app store or texasstormchasers.com/radar on the web. And you'll have radar down to street level if you prefer. I'll tell you this, I don't like this signature between Graham and Grayford, northwest Palo Pinto County, Possum Kingdom Lake. That's definitely a concerning signature. Wouldn't be too surprised if we have a tornado warning on that at some point. Those of you near Possum Kingdom Lake, heads up. Stormy's trying to turn mischievous, and that be moving northeast towards southwestern Jack County at about 45 miles per hour. And again, we're just going to be watching these things. That's all you can do. Switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. Again, the only tornado warning we have right now is for this thunderstorm near Burkett on Highway 206. That'll be moving up towards, again, Rising Star. That should stay just south of Cross Plains. As it moves northeast. At 45 miles an hour. There we go. Fancy little storm track. Give you a general idea of the motion, direction, and speed. Oh, coffee. So, can't rule out a brief tornado with this thunderstorm on 206. Again, that is going to be southwest of Crosscut near Burkett. This will be moving over 279 near Crosscut, or several miles south of Cross Plains, and then moving northeast. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Eastland County with this thunderstorm. And then these storms in western North Texas, eastern Stevens County, into western Jack County are showing signs of organizing. So a threat for some strong winds. Maybe a tornado could increase with those over the next 30 minutes. Pop on over. Take a look and see what's going on in northwest Texas right now. Again, could have some hail with that storm near Byers about to move into southwestern Oklahoma. I believe that's Jefferson County. Apologies. And then again, these storms are going to be moving east. The whole line itself will be moving east about 30 miles per hour. And the general plan of attack here is if we don't get a new tornado warning by 5:15, we're going to stop being live for a little while, and that'll allow me to make the daily Texas weather roundup video that'll have a detailed forecast over what to expect today, versus folks having to just scroll through this live stream and hope I talk about it. But we'll see if that's what Mother Nature allows. It may not be. So, again, I'll just switch back over to that and we'll take a look at the timeline. Okay, we're going to switch. We'll switch over again. We're going to look at the timeline real quick. No, we're not. We've got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for the cell near Possum Kingdom Lake. So again, it is 5:09 a.m. Now I have a tornado warning for portions of Palo Pinto, Jack, far southeastern Young counties. Let's get to it. This is going to be a tornado warning until 6 a.m. Central Time. Let me get the city labels back on. We were just talking about it a few minutes ago, and lo and behold, here we go. So this is going to be a tornado warning until 6 a.m. This includes the city of Jacksboro, Possum Kingdom Lake. Get myself situated here. It's going to be a tornado warning for Possum Kingdom Lake, Jacksboro, Joplin. This is going to be southeast of Graham, southeastern Young County. Now this storm, unlike the ones further south, definitely has a more beefy supercellular look. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And very strong circulation. Very strong circulation. This is coming up on Highway 16 and Highway 337 northwest of Grayford. A high probability of a tornado either in the incipient phase or down as we speak. So we definitely need folks to be in shelter if you're northwest of Grayford. Again, this is a tornado warning near Possum Kingdom Lake. The potential relatively significant for a tornado based on the current radar signature. And this is going to be moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This tornado warning does include Jacksboro. It does include areas south and east of Jacksboro. Unlike the tornado back in March, this storm's moving more to the east-northeast versus almost north-northeast. So this storm will be passing southeast of Jacksboro versus the one back in March that passed March or April that passed just northwest of town. So this will be passing further southeast, southern Jack County, but definitely an impressive signature now. Heading back over to the how hard the rains follow mode. Definitely a pretty beefy looking cell. Strong circulation, winds in the red moving away from the radar at about 50, and we'll just say 50 miles an hour. Winds moving towards at about 40, 50. So we've got a 100 mile per hour circulation here, definitely capable of producing a tornado. We'll switch over real quick. No tornado debris signature. That is good. That means the radar is not detecting any sort of debris being lofted. But again, this is a tornado warning for northwestern Palo Pinto, southeastern, far southeastern Young, and Jack counties until 6 a.m. I realize it is the middle of the night and not necessarily the time of day you'd expect tornadoes, but, well, unfortunately, Mother Nature really doesn't care. This is going to be a tornado warning for the city of Jacksboro. Joplin. This is not going to include Grayford. This does not include Mineral Wells. This does not include Perrin. This does not include Runaway Bay yet. If this storm were to continue, for what it's worth, it would move towards Runaway Bay, Bridgeport, Chico. But right now, it's not for y'all. So we'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, pretty strong circulation showing up. This is going to be Highway 337. This is Highway 254. That's going to be Highway 16, Possum Kingdom Lake. Moving up into Jack County. Possum Kingdom Lake, give it 10 minutes, it'll be to your north and east. I'm just labeling some roads ahead of time. So again, it is 5:13 a.m. I'm David Reimer at the Texas Storm Chasers, covering a tornado warning for portions of Jack, northwestern Palo Pinto, southeastern Young counties. I'll go ahead and say this. If you're in southeastern Young County, this is east of you now. This is not an issue for Young County. If you're in northwestern Palo Pinto County, this is going to be out of the county in 5 minutes. If you're in Jack County, this is y'all's problem, unfortunately. And again, this is the possibility of a tornado that is hidden by darkness and rain. Unlike the storms earlier this year when we had the EF3 pass just northwest of Jacksboro, this one's going to pass southeast of town probably. This one could be a threat to 281, closer to 380 eventually, and could move towards Runaway Bay. Switch back on over to the debris mode tracker. We do not have a debris signature. If we had a debris signature, I'd tell y'all. Trust me, I've got more monitors here than I care to count. We don't have a debris signature at this point, and the reason I'm looking is we are in a more forested area now and slightly populated area, and so if we had debris, we'd have a better chance of the radar detecting it. That's a pretty strong circulation, though. I'm moving up towards Rock Creek Road. I'm just trying to get some roads on here. Knoll. Oh, that's helpful. You've got Pump Station Road eventually. This will be crossing. At this point, I am checking the tornado warning real quick. Further southwest for Coleman County has been canceled. So we're down to one tornado warning, and it's for this storm near the city, or near Possum Kingdom Lake, just northeast of Possum Kingdom Lake at this point. If you're in Possum Kingdom Lake, 1, I'm jealous. 2, give it another 5 minutes and you'll be good. 3, this is moving up into Jack County now, so this is a Jack County problem, and this will be a tornado warning for Jack County until 6 a.m. Central Time. This is for a semi-discrete supercell that is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. 30 to 40 miles per hour. And again, I want to reiterate, just like I said back earlier this year with the EF3 tornado, you're not going to see it. It's the middle of the night. 2, there's hardly any lightning, so that's not really going to illuminate it. And 3, we really don't want folks going out and looking for this thing. I mean, that's just a surefire way to get a tree to fall on your head. So don't. I'm looking at the microphone. I know the camera's right here. The microphone's right here. Baldy-in-Chief problems. And the sad thing is, I'm not all that bald right now. Trust me. I don't like the look. This is what happens when you don't bring a shaver with you on vacation. So again, only one tornado warning. And we've got a line of storms. Broken line of storms, but storms nevertheless moving east, eventually progressing east about 30 miles an hour. So as that continues, line of storms will be moving east across the Metroplex, generally about 8 to 8:30 a.m. 8 a.m. west side, east side probably 10 a.m., give or take an hour, depending on speed. Not all the storms are going to be severe, but some storms might have damaging winds and can't run out a tornado. Tornado watch is in effect through 11 a.m. So here's the latest radar scan. Possible tornado coming up on Rock Creek Road, now north of Possum Kingdom Lake in Jack County. This tornado warning, this possible tornado is now out of Palo Pinto counties and good grief, out of Palo Pinto County and out of Young County. It's going to be a Jack County problem. So when the warning polygon gets updated here shortly, it'll be just Jack County. This tornado warning does not and has never included Graham, Newcastle, Mineral Wells, Grayford, Perrin, but does include, again, Jack County. So I'm going to try and put some more roads on here. And again, I apologize if some of this is laggy. I'm not going to lie, I'm actually sitting 10 miles south of Atlantic City. The Atlantic Ocean is about 300 yards to my east. I'm at my parents' place for the holidays. And so I'm actually remote connected to the main production machine back at TSC HQ, 1,400 miles away. But we've got it working. And outside of the lack of me having, 10 computer monitors surrounding me, they're doing pretty well. So again, this is a possible rain-wrapped tornado coming up on Rock Creek Road, now northeast of Possum Kingdom Lake in southwestern Jack County. This is going to be moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. I'll put the little arrow on here. It's moving a little left of that, so let me just draw my own. And again, Jacksboro is included in this tornado warning, which means y'all should be taking your tornado safety precautions. That's lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to go outside and look for this thing. We don't want folks trying to go outside and see it. And again, let me redraw that. I'll put it back on the how hard it's raining mode. I'm just going to make a wide thing. So this is the general track it seems to be on right now. So again, this is going to be a threat to central southern Jack County. and you'll see that here in a second. We've got the tornado warning box trimmed. This tornado warning does continue until 6 a.m. for Jack County. A possible tornado located come on, let me read the text. Possible located 8 miles south of Bryson, 13 miles east of Graham, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. They have it moving a bit slower than I think it might be moving. It might be 50, actually. Moving, yeah, no, they've got it at 30. So, this tornado warning, possible tornado, will be crossing over 281 near, but probably just southeast of the city of Jacksboro. But there's wiggle room here. That's why the city of Jacksboro is in the warning. In case the circulation turns a bit north, that could impact the city of Jacksboro. So it's going to be near Fort Richardson State Park at about 5:50 a.m., Jacksboro about 5:55 a.m. Y'all in the YouTube comments are going to behave, or there's going to be banning. So again, we have one tornado warning right now, and that's for Jack County until 6 a.m. Central Time. Let me get rid of this. For the possibility of a tornado near Rock Creek Road, moving northeast. At about 30 miles an hour. I would have this crossing Highway 281 about 5:50 a.m., maybe a few minutes sooner, near or within a few miles of the 281-380 split-off. After that, this would be a threat to eastern Jack County, eventually making its way into western Wise County, Runaway Bay, Lake Bridgeport, if it were to continue at about 6:05 a.m. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's pouring mode. Make sure we have no mischief. We do note another storm in southern Palo Pinto County. This one's going to be south of Metcalf Gap, showing indications of rotation. No tornado warning right now, but we'll keep an eye on that. And then these storms in Eastland County, from Cross Plains up to Carbon, continue. I'll admit, they look a little beefier than they did earlier, which isn't a surprise. These storms are moving east into a more unstable, moisture-rich air mass, which is why they're not as anemic looking as they were earlier. So, reminder, you can keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and our free mobile app. That way, y'all can see what's going on in your neck of the woods. We know it looks like a tornado warning just south of the Oklahoma City metro area. For our Oklahoma friends, this is going to be a tornado crossing Interstate 35 around mile marker 86 to 90. And then eventually moving up into southern Cleveland County. This will be staying well south of the city of Norman, well south of Noble, Oklahoma, south of Slaughterville, Oklahoma. Yeah, it's a place. And well south of University of Oklahoma. Those of you who might still have kids up at the University of Oklahoma, you don't need to worry. Okay. Let's get back to it. Tornado warning continues. Again, this ROM radar. All right, that's there. Okay, so this is going to be rotation continuing again near Rock Creek Road, south of Salt Creek Road, south of Marley Road, southwest of Jacksboro. I'll put a little magical super duper measuring device on here. This is about 12 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro, moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So, that's what we have going on. And if we can ever get rid of tornado warnings, I'll make a weather video that goes over what we're expecting for the day in detail. But simple version, line of storms you see from Wichita Falls, Mineral Wells, Brownwood, it's going to move all the way into Arkansas, Louisiana this afternoon. Severe weather's possible east of that whole line until it gets out of the state. Damaging winds, tornadoes, pocket change size hail out of the most intense storms. Most of the storms aren't going to be doing that, mind you, so don't freak. And that's the magical version. Now I'm going to tell you something. I'm just going to, for happy doodah, zippity doodah, zippity yay, here's what we're going to do based on what this is doing. I don't like that. This is on 180 near Metcalf Gap, moving up towards Palo Pinto, eventually Mineral Wells. I mention this because the circulation aloft is getting stronger, so, and hail. Bit of a hail signature too. So if you're a Mineral Wells and Palo Pinto, 180 west of Mineral Wells, keep an eye on this storm. There's no warning right now, but I don't like it. Back up to the tornado warning. Again, unlike the tornado outbreak back in March, this storm is going to be staying south of Jacksboro. Storm before that, back in March, kind of tracked from southeastern Young, east of Bryson. It was more north-northeast. This one's moving east-northeast, so this will be staying south of Jacksboro, probably. Rotation is about to cross FM4, north of FM 2210, and then moving up towards 281 in Jack County. Back over to the how hard, which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, we're only talking about the most intense storms. I know there's storms out there, folks. I wish I could answer your questions, but we're focusing on the life-threatening storms. If you want to know what's going on about weather near you, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. Just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app with the radar in it. Line of storms you see on the radar is going to be moving east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour all day. It's going to make it into Louisiana and Arkansas and eventually Mississippi later today. If you're east of that line, you have a chance of some severe weather today. Is it a guarantee? No. Strongest storms, pocket change size hail, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, some tornado threat. And that's going to continue until these storms make it east of Texas this afternoon. I will admit there is some absurdity about talking about tornadic supercells at 5 in the morning. And I'll also admit I kind of expected this stuff to be in a squall line, and the fact it's not is very interesting. Not necessarily a good interesting, but interesting nevertheless. We have not had any reports of a tornado down at this point, but it's the middle of the night, and we're definitely not going to take the chance. Okay, this possible tornado now coming up on Null. I'm just trying to point out some roads on here. Again, this is southwest of Jacksboro by... I'm just going to go off the 380, 281 split. This is 8 miles southwest of the 281, 380 split, moving northeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour towards the split. After that, it's going to be making its way into western Wise County. Another thing we need to watch, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like this storm at all. This is near Metcalf Gap. Palo Pinto County, moving east-northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. I will tell you now, I think this storm is going to be a problem. I don't like it. If you're in Mineral Wells, Don't be shocked if you're under a tornado warning in the next 20 minutes. I don't like it. Yeah, we're going to have a tornado warning for this. Okay, so we're going to have 2 tornado warnings we're going to have to deal with. Jacksboro storm, Palo Pinto Mineral Wells storm. Let's go ahead and talk about it. A lot of folks are about to get woken up again. So we have 2 tornado warnings now. This is going to be for 2 supercells capable of producing tornadoes at 5:30 in the morning. Both storms moving east-northeast at 40 miles an hour. We've got one storm about 8 to 10 miles southwest of Jacksboro, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. We have a second storm now capable of producing a tornado approximately 19 miles west of Mineral Wells, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Tornado warning for northwestern Parker County and Palo Pinto County until 6:15 a.m. Central Time. This tornado warning will include Metcalf Gap, Palo Pinto, Mineral Wells, Cool, Millsap. It will include northwestern Parker County, Garner, Salesville. And again, that's southern supercell. That could put a tornado down at any point. We're clearly transitioning to somewhat more of a problematic situation here, given the fact we've transitioned from somewhat anemic-looking storms 30 minutes ago to now full-blown angry supercells. Northern storm, capable of producing a tornado, coming up on Highway 281, probably near the 380 split-off, now 6 miles southwest of 380 and 281, moving northeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. So we've got tornado warnings for Jack County until 6 a.m., Palo Pinto and northwestern Parker County until 6:15 a.m. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn on this. And all right, those of you on DFW Scanner, good morning. I'm David-Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. Given the fact we now have severe weather moving towards the Metroplex, we're going to go ahead and begin live coverage on multiple platforms. We have multiple tornado warnings, 2 specifically. A tornado warning until 6 a.m. for a possible tornado approximately 6 miles southwest of 281 and 380. That's just south of the city of Jacksboro. This will remain south of Jacksboro, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. We now have a possible tornado about 4 miles east of Metcalf Gap near Highway 180. This could be a threat to the city of Mineral Wells within the next 20 minutes. And is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Tornado warning for northwestern Parker County and Palo Pinto County until 6:15 a.m. This tornado warning includes Cool, Millsap. It includes Mineral Wells, Salesville, Palo Pinto, Metcalf Gap. And again, this is moving towards northwestern Parker County. Tornado warning in Jack County. Again, tornado warning does include the city of Jacksboro. Hopefully this will stay south of the city of Jacksboro, but it might be close. This possible tornado, again, be crossing over 281 in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Latest scan just came in, probably near or just south of the 380-281 split-off. And then after that is going to be moving up towards eastern Jack County. And if it keeps itself together, it could be a threat to places like Runaway Bay, Chico, Alvord, and northwestern Wise County. We've got a third tornado warning coming for Eastland and Erath counties. That's going to probably be for this. So we're dealing with full-fledged aneurysm time for Davis. Okay, so we're going to have 3 tornado warnings now at 5:34 in the morning, 2 weeks before Christmas, and all through the state. We're Baldy-in-Chiefs, wondering why we're doing this. But here we go. You know what? Mother Nature doesn't care about the season or the time. So here's what we're going to be dealing with. Tornado warning for Jack County until 6 a.m. Possible tornado now about 5 miles southwest of 380-281, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Should stay just southeast of Jacksboro, but those of you need to be in shelter if you're in Jacksboro. We've got a tornado warning for Palo Pinto and Parker County. This for a tornado on 180, probably about 5 to 6 miles east of Metcalf Gap, moving towards the town of Palo Pinto, and then eventually the city of Mineral Wells. This could be a tornado directly threatening Mineral Wells within the next 15 minutes. We now have a third tornado warning that'll be on here in just a second. That's going to be for Eastland and Erath counties. So this was one of these storms we were talking about earlier. Yeah, it's going to be, the warning's not on here yet, but I'm going to bet it's this right here. It's going to be a tornado warning that is for a circulation north of Gorman, moving towards generally rural areas. This is going to be north of Desdemona, north of Gorman, Huckabee, and eventually maybe Morgan Hill. So again, 3 tornado warnings now in western North Texas. Good morning. Switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. 1 tornado warning, now 3 to 4 miles southwest of 281 and 380 in Jack County. Moving northeast 30 miles an hour. 2nd tornado warning, a very dangerous looking supercell coming up towards the community of Palo Pinto in Palo Pinto County. This storm is a direct threat to Mineral Wells and will be there in 15 minutes. Potential for a tornado with that storm is pretty high. A 3rd tornado warning now for a possible tornado located about 4 miles north of Gorman. This is going to be moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Threat to possibly Huckabee, just north of Desdemona. I know I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry. And that's going to be Highway 16, just north of Desdemona. And then Huckabee in portions of Stevens County, it's going to be Highway 108. Rotation with the Palo Pinto County storm is just south of 180, moving towards Farm to Market 4. And again, this is a very strong looking signature here. And one that needs to be taken seriously. So those of you in Mineral Wells, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, and a helmet if you've got one handy. Again, this is a call to action for Mineral Wells. The potential for a tornadic supercell in the next 15 minutes. Riding 180 coming up right towards town. We just had what might have been a large tornado just northeast of Wayne, Oklahoma, just southeast of Purcell. In case you were wondering about ground truth, yes, there have now been confirmed tornadoes this morning with storms further north. So that means these down here could easily produce tornadoes as well. So again, we've got 3 tornado warnings to deal with right now. We've got, and I'm just going to go from south to north for simplicity. 1 possible tornado located about 5 to 6 miles north of Gorman. It's a pretty good looking signature there. That could be a tornado that develops at any time. That's going to be moving over to Highway 16 near Desdemona, or just north, Desdemona. That may be passing about 3 to 4 miles north of that community. So that is a possible tornado that could drop any point. We have a 2nd tornadic supercell, the possibility of a tornado near Highway 180 and FM4. This is very near the community of Palo Pinto, moving towards Mineral Wells. Again, urgent call to action for those of you in Mineral Wells. You need to be in a safe place. If you know anyone in Mineral Wells, wake them up. Tell them to get their behind into a safe place. I don't care if it's 5:40 in the morning. There's a possible tornado coming down the highway. And then again, northern storm. This is going to be a possible tornado approaching Highway 281 near or maybe a mile south of 380. Switch back to the how hard it's raining mode, and you can see if there is a tornado, it's not going to be visible most likely. It'll be wrapped in rain. It's still dark, mind you. We're not going to have sunrise or first light for another hour, hour and a half. So don't try going to look for these things. It's still pitch black. Sorry, I'm doing some housekeeping. And again, we continue with live tornado coverage. We're live on pretty much every platform out there at this point, including our website and mobile app. We're also live on our content partners at DFW Scanner. So again, reason we're here, we have 3 tornado warnings right now in the state of Texas. We note that multiple tornado warnings in Oklahoma. We just had what could have been a large tornado just southeast of Purcell, Oklahoma, about 10 minutes ago. Very large debris signature on radar with that. So here is the gist of it. Tornado warning, Jack County. Possible tornado coming up on Highway 281, about a mile south of 380, if that. This should stay just a couple miles southeast of Jacksboro. After it passes 281, this storm will continue moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour, eventually into rural eastern Jack County. Eventually passing probably north of Vineyard, and then maybe moving towards Chico in Wise County. We'll see if they issue a tornado warning for Wise County. That's still probably 10 minutes away if they do. Middle storm, we have a possible tornado located near Palo Pinto on Highway 180. Very strong velocity signature with this thunderstorm. This one's definitely a worrier. We've got winds moving away at about 45, winds moving towards it about 45. Very strong gate-to-gate signature. On the reflectivity, it's a classic-looking supercell. Precip, hail core, hook appendage, rear flank downdraft. And this moving right towards mineral wells. So if you're in mineral wells, again, we really want you to get yourself into shelter. Safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, southern storm. We have a... that might be a tornado. Yeah, got a tornado debris signature. Okay, so we now have a confirmed tornado with this southern storm northeast of Gorman. Excuse me, let me be very clear. Yeah, northeast of Gorman. This is a tornado debris signature indicating the radar is detecting debris that has been lofted by a tornado. That could be a piece of fence, roof shingles, etc. But nevertheless, with a strong gate-to-gate signature, with this storm, tornado, a confirmed tornado, is about to cross Highway 16. About 5 miles north of Desdemona over the next 10 minutes. This will be crossing about 10 miles south of Interstate 20. So this is a confirmed tornado with a tornado debris signature. Meaning if that's a tornado, this one moving towards mineral wells is problematic. Again, if you know anyone in mineral wells, call and wake them up. They need to be in a safe place. I don't care if it's 6 a.m. We got tornadoes. Okay, mineral wells, you've got probably 10 minutes. Time now, 5:44. Northern storm. Rotation, not as strong as these storms further south, but moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. We'll see if it cycles back up. And if it does, that's going to be moving into western Wise County in the next 15 minutes. So again, we're now dealing with a situation where we now have at least one tornado down right now, and that's with this storm northeast of Gorman by about 8 miles. This will be crossing Highway 16 about 9 to 10 miles south of Interstate 20, or about 5 miles north of Desdemona. And again, we know there's a tornado because we have a tornado debris signature. That's that little donut right there. It's not the strongest tornado debris signature I've ever seen, but it's definitely a tornado debris signature in conjunction with a impressive hook echo on reflectivity. Switch of velocity, gate-to-gate couplet right there. There you go. Tornado down. So that is a confirmed tornado doing damage at 5:45 in the morning 2 weeks before Christmas. I remind you, it doesn't matter the date. We've dealt with tornadoes the day after Christmas. Mama Nature doesn't care. So, I will admit, the fact we're still dealing with discrete storms versus a squall line is concerning, given the fact these are now about 2 hours away from the DFW Metroplex or less. We'll just have to see what happens, but clearly these are now capable of producing tornadoes, given the fact we've had a tornado confirmed in the last 10 minutes with this southern cell northeast of Gorman. And again, that southern cell will be crossing Highway 16 about 4 to 5 miles north of Desdemona, whatever, in about 5 minutes or less now. Tornado is located about 2 miles west of Highway 16, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This could move near Huckabee and Highway 108 after that in about 20 minutes. And then from there, this moves into more populated areas towards northwestern Hood County. If it continues that far, it could be an issue for places like Lipan and Granbury. Cell near Mineral Wells is now east of Palo Pinto. I'm going to put some road maps on here. What I'm going to actually do for now is I'm going to move this chair and just stand up. One, it's hurting my back, and two, I can work a little better like this. So again, we've got a possible tornado down. This is going to be on Highway 180 or thereabouts, probably about 2 miles east of Palo Pinto on 180. And this tornado, if it's down, is going to be about 7 miles west of Mineral Wells, moving towards town. If you're in Mineral Wells, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't go outside and look for this. You're not going to see it. It's still the middle of the night and probably rain-wrapped if it's down. The storm to the south in Eastland County has produced a tornado in the last 10 minutes based off a tornado debris signature. I just had a tornado touchdown near Winnett, Oklahoma, north of the Red River. That couplet is getting stronger, meaning the potential for a tornado is increasing. Head north, the circulation in Jack County doesn't look as impressive. What might be happening is that could be outrunning the instability axis, or the storms further to the south might be cutting off the inflow. But nevertheless, a tornado warning continues until 6 a.m. for another 10 minutes for eastern Jack County. This potential tornado is now east of Highway 281. Moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. If you're in Jacksboro, west of 281, you're clear from this potential tornado. It's still raining and storming, but the tornado threat is now likely north of Highway 380, moving in rural Jack County. And it still could cycle up real quick. Given the tendency for these storms in the last 20 minutes, I am concerned. Notice we're dealing with semi-discrete mode versus a squall line. Remember what I've said all these years about discrete storms. They're the ones that can be problematic. And that's definitely the case this morning, even if it's almost 6 a.m. Very strong circulation now with this Palo Pinto County storm. East of Rhodes Ranch Road, coming up on Southeast 21st Road, Devil's Hollow Road. I'm just putting roads out here so y'all can hopefully see one that's near you. Again, switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see what we call a little bounded weak echo region. That's going to be the area where the wind and the mesocyclone is rotating strong enough to push the rain out of it, essentially creating a little donut hole in reflectivity, or an area of lighter rain. And that does match up with the velocity, very strong. Winds moving away from the radar in red, winds in the green moving towards the radar. Switch back to the debris tracker. We don't have a debris signature with this storm, which is good because, one, if we had a tornado down doing damage and it was locked in debris, that's not good. But that doesn't mean we don't have a tornado. That just means it's not strong enough. Okay, we have a tornado that has been down intermittently in the last 10 minutes. This is crossing Highway 16 right now, north of Disdonia. I'm going to get so many emails. Whatever. About 6 miles north, or specifically about 12 miles west of Huckabee, moving east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. This is going to be about 10 miles east of Lake Leon, or about 10 miles southeast of Ranger, moving northeast at 40. The Weather Service is going confirmed with this, which makes sense based off the tornado debris signature we saw a bit earlier. Switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see a very wound, there we go, wound up supercell, even a little donut hole looking there. So very impressive structure with that. Very dangerous storm. Back in Palo Pinto County, switch back to the the which way the wind's blowing mode. Couplet coming up on Devil's Hollow Road, now maybe a mile or two north of 180. Coming up on 337, north of 180 or near it within the next 10 minutes. No indications of a tornado debris signature right now, which is good. Doesn't mean there's not a tornado down. That just means at least, it's a piece of good news. And back north for our Jack County storm. Circulation. Let me switch radar sources here. Yeah, it's a pretty good look. Let me pull up the possible circulation coming up Coca-Cola Ranch Road. Pretty much Coca-Cola Ranch Road, Durham Ranch Road in northeastern Jack County. This is north of 380 now, east of Jacksboro. About 6 miles east of Jacksboro. Oh, there's the latest scan. About 7 miles east of Jacksboro. Again, Coca-Cola Ranch Road. Coming up on Durham Ranch Road. Moving towards northwestern Wise County. It doesn't look as strong right now as the other circulations further south, but we'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend that tornado warning. Tornado warning continues until 6:15 a.m. for eastern Palo Pinto, northwestern Parker counties. This is for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado coming up on the west side of Mineral Wells right now. Highway 337 near Highway 180. Going to be coming up on Union Hill Road after that. Apologies. Over the next 10 minutes. So those of you in Mineral Wells, you need to be in a safe place immediately. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then third tornado warning over mostly rural areas of northwestern County. Northwestern Erath County and far eastern Eastland County. This is going to be near Highway 16. And this could try and wiggle its way north closer to Interstate 20 near Gordon over the next 10 minutes. Sometimes when these circulations begin to occlude or weaken, they take a jog north. So we're going to have to watch for that carefully over the next 10 minutes, just in case. And again, we're live on multiple platforms. So let's go ahead, zoom back out, do a regional update. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer, live on DFW Scanner as well, our content partners. It is 5:57 a.m. on the 13th of December, 2022, covering a severe weather event now entering western North Texas. We were quiet most of the night. That changed about 2 hours ago with some storms in northwest Texas. And then these in western North Texas found their happy place, apparently about 45 minutes ago, and now we have multiple tornado warnings. A tornado warning for Jack County for another 3 minutes. That circulation is weakened, so I don't think they're going to extend that warning. A possible tornado located just northwest of the city of Mineral Wells over the next 5 minutes. And again, this circulation continues to be potent on radar and could drop a tornado at any time as it moves northeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. As storms moving towards northwestern Parker County, north of Highway 180 shortly. Those of you in Mineral Wells up Highway 281 to Salesville need to be in a safe place. Thereafter, it'll be in northwestern Parker County, including the community of Cool Garner. It'll be staying north of Millsap. Eventually, this could be a threat to places like Agnes and Springtown on Highway 199 if it continues that far. We'll see. Southern storm. This storm produced a tornado about 15 minutes ago with a tornado debris signature. So we knew it had a tornado down. This tornado is now likely east of Highway 16. Circulation is not as impressive as it was. Back to the debris tracker. Not seeing that debris signature now, so that is the good news. These storms, again, moving east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. I'm going to do real quick is I just want to go over the timing aspects of what we're expecting and the timing aspects for folks in the Metroplex, east of the Metroplex, all the way to Arkansas, Louisiana as we continue through the morning and the afternoon. So I just need to press some buttons manually real quick, clear the data off the screen, and what we're going to do is we're going to load some high-res rapid refresh model data. And I'm just going to go through it step by step with y'all. It's 6 a.m. It is now 12 Zulu. So I just want to see real quick how this model's doing with storms. It's not doing bad in terms of the positioning. That's about where they are right now. So that's just what you want to see. Is the model handling the current situation well? And it is. 8 a.m. Line of storms extending from near Whitesboro to Denton to entering Tarrant County. Strongest storms obviously along the north of Interstate 20 at this point. Maybe some scattered activity further south, but nothing that screams problems per se. And this is, again, let me clear that. This is 8 a.m. this morning. 10 a.m. Line of storms moving out of the DFW Metroplex to the east. Once this occurs, threat for DFW is done. You can see cloud cover, in fact, clears pretty quickly once storms are east, as storms continue moving into East Texas. Storms could be further south at this point, as along the dry line cool front 2 could have some storms rolling into Waco. Okay, this is noon. We note broken line of storms from near east of Paris down to near Tyler. But we also note this model is trying to depict some more discrete activity around Tyler, East Texas, which would increase the threat for tornadoes if it were to occur. And here's 2 p.m. Almost a cellular look, honestly, and that's a problem. But nevertheless, Texarkana to Longview, down to Bryan College Station, with some severe weather in progress across western Louisiana. 4 p.m. Still have severe storms in far east Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas. Those could be severe with a tornado threat. Same thing goes in Louisiana. And then 6 p.m. Could still have a few severe storms in far east Texas, the Piney Woods, maybe the Golden Triangle. Otherwise, threat has ended across northeast Texas, North Texas, East Texas. So that is the overall timing for that. I'll load a loop. And again, take these as not verbatim, but, you know, just something that might happen. Storms might be a little faster. Storms might be a little slower. And we note the Storm Prediction Center has just issued a short-term discussion and highlight the severe weather threat is increasing across North Texas, including the DFW Metroplex over the next 60 to 120 minutes, including the potential for tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail as these storms move in from the west in a strong, low-level shear environment and enough instability to support it. Okay, so that's the timing for that. Let's get back to what's going on right now. 2 tornado warnings. Jack County warning has been allowed to expire. That is good. A possible tornado. North of Mineral Wells. Very strong circulation with this. Coming up on Kite Road, Highway 281, Montgomery Road. Again, this is probably not that far north of Mineral Wells. This is about 4 miles north of Mineral Wells. Latest velocity scan just came in. There you go. This is going to be approaching, getting close to Salesville. This is 281. .254. Turkey Creek Road. Hilltop Drive. And again, this is about 5 miles north of downtown Mineral Wells, now crossing Highway 281. A possible tornado that'll then be moving into western Paca County, north of Garner. If it were to continue, could be a threat to Springtown, Agnes on Highway 199. Southern circulation, not looking as potent right now. We'll switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. Yeah, it's cycling or downtrending for now. And now have a tornado warning for Brown County over Birds, moving northeast at 45. So I guess we're going back down here. What do we have? Yeah, there is a tornado right there. Possible tornado crossing Highway 183 south of Rising Star near Birds. It's going to be moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Warning box will pop up here in a second. There you go. This is going to be just north of May. Oh, that's not even the one they warned it for. That's an interesting polygon. I'm showing the circulation over 183 right here at May, and that be moving towards Highway 36 Duster eventually. We'll see if the Weather Service extends this tornado warning. But again, the potential for a tornado crossing 183 near or just north of the community of May on my Super Duper Road Atlas. And again, we are live streaming coverage on multiple social media platforms, including our content partners at DFW Scanner. Those of you in northern Comanche County, southeast of Rising Star, keep an eye out. This thing may continue. So if it were to continue, it could be a threat to Gorman down to De Leon on Highway 6 in about 30 minutes or less. Circulation south of Interstate 20 now. South of Mingus, south of Gordon. And then a strong-looking circulation crossing Highway 281 about 5 miles north of downtown Mineral Wells. Moving northeast at 40. Let me get rid of that storm track. My apologies. And again, this is moving into rural northwestern Parker County. And continues to look potent. No tornado debris signature. You'd be looking for a pretty big blue donut there. We don't see that right now. I'm going to look at some other radar data. We're kind of halfway between the radar near Abilene and the radar in Burleson. So I'm just looking to see if we have a better angle from Burleson or not on my end. We're probably at that point to where, yeah, we do. So I'm going to switch radars. Switch back to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and it'll look a little different, but yes, again, a possible tornado crossing over Highway 281 near Hilltop Drive, about 5 miles north of Mineral Wells. If you're in Mineral Wells proper, you are clear from this circulation. This is staying to your north. So if you're in downtown Mineral Wells, south of 180 on 180, you're clear. This is going to be northeast now of Mineral Wells. Latest reflectivity scan, bound to weak echo region, or where the strong rotating winds of the mesocyclone are actually pushing the rain out. And again, this is very near Hilltop Drive, Lambkin Road, Hayes Road, not far southeast of Salesville, and 254 and 281. This will be east of 281 the next few minutes. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that little hook echo there. And we do not see any sort of debris signature. New tornado warning for Comanche and Erath counties. That's going to be for this down here. So let me switch radar sites. We'll get a better look at this again. And again, we're trying to triage these as best we can. If you're wondering about the storm timing aspects, just TexasStormChasers.com/radar or download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can track the storms there. Line itself is moving east about 30 miles an hour. And it's going to keep going that way until they make it to Arkansas and Louisiana. So DFW, about the next Let me see if they've got a timing update here. Interstate 35W, say the next hour. Then Dallas, 30 to 60 minutes after that. Time now is 6:10. Okay, it's going to be a new tornado warning for portions of Comanche and Erath counties until 7 a.m. This is going to be a tornado warning that does include De Leon, Duster, Gorman. Possible tornado located near May or about northwest of Comanche, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is going to be near De Leon and Gorman around 6:40 a.m. Switch back to the How Hard It's Raining mode. We'll put a storm track on it. There you go. Again, this is going to be near Highway 6 around De Leon at about 6:35 to 6:40 a.m. About 25 minutes. Potential for a tornado with this thunderstorm. Head back up. I'm going to switch radars. Get a better look at the circulation now northeast of Mineral Wells. Erath County circulation. We're going to keep an eye on this, but this one's what we call occluded or weakened, dissipated for now. A new one hasn't really formed yet, but we're going to watch that carefully, no doubt. Mineral Wells storm. Very strong couplet, what we call rotation. This is now in Parker County. It looks like winds moving towards the radar in Burleson about 30 miles an hour, moving away at about 50, so about 80 to 90 mile an hour shear or couplet. Let me stop moving the radar every 2 seconds so y'all can see. Eventually, if they issue a new tornado warning, this could be a threat to Springtown and Agnes in the next 30 minutes. Now seeing a tornado vortex signature, increasing potential for a tornado. Rear flank downdraft starting to wrap around. That's that hook echo you see there. And as that occurs, that might allow the circulation to spin up enough to complete tornado genesis and put a tornado down. So again, it is 6:12 a.m. I'm David-Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers covering a severe weather event across portions of North Texas this morning. We've got a couple tornado warnings that we're dealing with. One, a possible tornado located just southeast of Salesville. It's moving into Parker County. We're going to probably have a new tornado warning for Parker and Wise counties in the next few minutes, and by that I mean now. It's going to be a new tornado warning until 7 a.m. for northern Parker, southern Wise. This does include the community of Springtown, Agnes. This does not include Boyd. This does include Paradise. So if you're in Springtown, northern Parker County, if you're in southern Wise County, school buses do not need to be running. Let's make that abundantly clear. We don't need kids on buses out here right now with a potential tornadic supercell barreling down the road. A potential tornado located near Lake Mineral Wells or 7 miles northeast of Mineral Wells, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This tornado will be near Poolville at 6:25, Springtown 6:45, Paradise around 6:55. Other locations in this tornado warning include Adele, Agnes, Witt, Advance, Awthon, Condale, Keeter, Boonesville, and Gardner. Again, this is a tornado warning until 7 a.m. The potential for a tornado now 7 miles northeast of Mineral Wells in northwest Parker County. This tornado, the cell is increasing in organization. You can see that. We've got what we call bounded weak echo region with this storm too. That's where we have winds pushing out the precipitation from the mesocyclone, the rotating updraft aloft, and that creates a little donut hole. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see we've got winds pushing towards the radar in Burleson. Winds pushing away. Gate-to-gate couplet. This is a de-aliasing failure. It's not as strong right there as it looks, but nevertheless we have a radar about 35 towards the radar, about 50 away, so the rotation's getting closer to 90 miles an hour now, so we're intensifying still. Could have a tornado put down at any point as this storm moves northeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. So if you're in northern Parker County, southern Wise County, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks going outside looking for this thing. As weird as it would be to have a tornado illuminated by the sunrise later, that's not something I thought I'd ever say. But you know what? Mother Nature does not care what time it is, what date it is, none of that. So, please don't go outside looking for this. It's probably wrapped in rain. Okay, so again, the potential continuing to increase that we could have a tornado drop in northwestern Parker County at any time with a supercell showing impressive organization. As we continue southwest, we have a possible tornado. Let me switch radars. And yeah, I'm going to do something about my throat here in a minute. Okay. Well, folks, let me tell you something. I'm going to actually double-check that data. The reason I'm doing that is a very, very strong velocity signature, and I'm concerned. So I'm going to use my higher res source real quick. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, so possible tornado located about 7 to 8 miles east of Rising Star, probably near or just northeast of Highway 36, moving towards Duster. Now about 8 miles southwest of Duster, moving towards Duster. After that, this is going to be a threat to Rucker on Highway 6. So again, just follow this line. De Leon, in fact, there's an update. De Leon, Rucker, southeast of Gorman, tornado warning. We note if this continues, it could eventually pass near or a bit north of Stephenville in about an hour. All right, we're going to switch back over to the Fort Worth radar. Report of some spinning mischief. Sorry, I'm just checking on some things here, making sure I'm not missing anything. All right, let's get back to the Fort Worth radar. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now. Tornado warning, the southern tornado warning is for western Erath County, northwestern Comanche County until 7 a.m. Second tornado warning is for a northern Parker and southern Wise counties. This does not include Decatur or Boyd, Weatherford, Mineral Wells, Azle, Reno. This does include Springtown. This does include Angus. It includes Paradise up in Wise County. Pretty good looking velocity signature right there. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see a pretty good reflectivity structure. So both of those continue to suggest and indicate a very well organized severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing at least quarter-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, and a tornado. And that's why we have a tornado warning in effect at 6:19 in the morning on the 13th of December, 2 weeks before Christmas, and all through the state. Sirens are blaring, and you're getting to stare at Baldy-in-Chief. But alas, we're going to do what we need to do. So again, this is a tornado warning until 7 a.m. This is for a possible tornado now located approximately, about 9 miles west of Agnes, moving to the northeast at about 30 35 miles an hour. I'll put a storm track on it. Actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to make it better. Just in case. So they've got it 35. Okay, here is the cone. So it's going to be crossing over Highway 199, Agnes to Springtown, both of whom need to be in a tornado-safe place. Absolutely no school buses running. Nobody should be trying to leave for school right now either. You need to be in a safe place. Storm moved northeast 35 miles an hour. It'll be crossing over Highway 199 in the next 10 to 15 minutes. After that, assuming it continues, it'll progress further into southern Wise County towards Paradise Boyd. And eventually, if it were to continue, it'll cross over Highway 81 and 287 north of Aurora and south of Decatur. But that would be in about 50 minutes. We'll see if the storm is actually around at that point. Okay. So that is, again, tornado warning until 7 a.m. northern Wise and southern... How about this? Northern Parker and southern Wise counties until 7 a.m. This does not include Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Bridgeport, Decatur. This does include Springtown. This does include Agnes. This does include Paradise. If you're on the polygon, you need to take action. If you're not on the polygon, you're fine. We note that hook echo trying to get a little more organized, again, reflectivity, so we'll see if we're about to begin an upcycle in terms of rotational intensity. And we know we do have other thunderstorms approaching from the west, a broken line of storms. Most of these are behaving, a couple are not. You can see storms Montague County, northern Wise County, additional storms Palo Pinto County, all the way down to Brown County. These storms are mostly behaving, a couple of them have spun up, but most of them, again, are behaving. I don't want everyone to think we have a whole lot of tornadoes coming on in right now when we don't. So again, it is 6:23 a.m. on the 13th of December, 2022. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer, also live on our content partner, DFW Scanner, covering tornado warnings in North Texas. We've got a possible tornado located now about 4 miles west of Duster, or 9 miles southwest of Rookier, in Erath and Comanche counties, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Second tornado warning. Going to be located in Parker, moving up into Wise counties. This potential tornado, again, moving northeast also at 35 miles an hour with a tornado warning through 7 a.m. I'm going to get rid of that storm track. Switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we still have a pretty good velocity signature there. Let me make sure we're on the right radar. Again, closest radar means scan the lowest scan possible. See what's going on closest to the ground you can. Circulation will be crossing over Highway 199 in the next 5 minutes, near or maybe a couple miles northwest of Agnes or southeast of Joplin. Now about 3 miles southwest of Highway 199, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. After that, it's going to be in Wise County, and eventually an issue for places like Paradise and Boyd. We'll see if they extend the tornado warning, but we have 2 tornado warnings right now. Let me go ahead. I'll do a radar loop over the last couple of hours just to show you the progression and the timing. Here, I'll pop out and y'all will be able to see. So that means storms will be moving at 35W in about probably 30 to 45 minutes, maybe 60 in spots. 45, 60 minutes later for 35E. And then an hour after that, it'll be east of DFW. The sun will be out by lunchtime. And we'll be dealing with severe weather in portions of East Texas, which will still be here for. Mind you, we don't end coverage just because severe weather moves east of the big cities at the Texas Storm Chasers. And again, folks, it's pitch black out there. I literally just got a picture from the Parker County storm from a storm chaser. It's pitch black out there. You can't see a thing. So again, if we have a tornado down, it's about to cross 199, about 3 miles northwest of Agnes, move into southern Wise County, then would be moving towards Highway 114 between Paradise and Boyd. We'll go ahead, we'll stop with the loop. We'll head back over and take a look. And this, given the time of night, you know, the darkness, we have to be careful about reports because, I mean, what a still picture does not necessarily convey what's going on. A very scary looking cloud, even a tornado it might look like, but you can't tell unless you see multiple consecutive pictures, video, etc. All right, let's take a look. For what it's worth, I'm going to watch this storm again. This was tornado warned earlier. It's now in southeastern Palo Pinto County. Bit of an inflow notch with this storm. That'll be moving up towards western Parker County. I just want to watch it just in case it ramps back up. Right now it's not, mind you. So tornado warning continues for northern Parker and southern Wise counties until 7 a.m. Possible tornado is located probably right on the Parker-Wise-Jack County line right now. It'll be crossing over Highway 199 in the next 5 minutes as it moves northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. These were moving much quicker earlier. I think they're starting to get a little further away from the upper level jet stream, which is why they might be slowing down a little bit. But we always want to assume they're moving a little quicker than they actually are just to give folks enough lead time and, you know, not shortchange them and be like, hey, it's going to be here in 20 minutes. 15 minutes later, surprise, you get a baseball to the face. Though baseball-size hail, not really something I expect this morning, but you know what? Challenging Mother Nature, this is not a good idea. So again, this is a possible tornado that will be crossing over 114, probably 3 to 5 miles northwest of Agnes. We've seen some pretty suspicious photographic evidence from this thunderstorm. But again, you can't completely say what something is just based off a still photograph at night, especially when it's further away. I mean, a pretty reputable storm chaser sent a picture that looks like a tornado. But again, these storms aren't shooting off a lot of lightning. So again, don't go outside and look for this stuff. Sorry, I'm actually looking around at multiple monitors right now. So, back to the how hard it's raining mode. Notice how this storm's kind of by itself. There's nothing south of it. There's not really anything east of it. Same thing goes with this. Sorry, multitasking again. There's nothing really south and east of these storms. Notice how, I mean, it's a broken line. It's not a solid squall line. We're dealing with more embedded supercellular structures, which is honestly not what I expected this morning, but Mother Nature's going to do what Mother Nature's going to do. You just got to respect that fact and understand that sometimes weather happens when you least expect it. But we're here. We're keeping y'all updated. Okay, so let's talk supercell crossing into southwestern Wise County now. Potential for a tornado crossing over 199, maybe 4 miles northwest of Agnes. If this holds together, could be a threat to Paradise. Why is that not showing up on this map? Boy, I hate it when this thing does not show towns. Hold on. Bah humbug. Okay, well, Paradise is on highway, essentially northwest of Boyd on Highway 51. Northern edge of this red box right there. So this is moving towards Paradise, Boyd. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning, how the circulation trends over the next few minutes. That's not good. I don't like that. Circulation ramping up again, northwest of Lipan, far southeastern Palo Pinto County, it looks like. Just southeast of Santo. This is going to be coming up on Interstate 20 and Highway 281. No tornado warning right now, but given the reflectivity structure, we're going to be watching that carefully because trust is not something I give any of these thunderstorms this morning, evidenced by the fact I'm here at 6:30 doing tornado coverage instead of, sleeping like I was hoping. All right, let's go back to the circulation in northern Comanche and Erath counties. There's going to be a possible tornado coming up on Highway 6. Give me just a second. Sorry, I'm using multiple radar screens here, trying to get the closest view. And there will be a funny story as to how I'm doing this live broadcast at some point later on the Texas Storm Chasers, but I just lost my remote connection. Nope, here we go, we're back. That was interesting. That's what I get for mentioning tell a story. A short story, or long story short, I'm 10 miles south of Atlantic City, New Jersey, out here for about a month and a half visiting family. I'm remote connected into the main computer back at TSC headquarters, 1,500 miles southwest. Screen, microphone being imported into that computer along with the radar software, which I'm controlling remotely using a remote access software on a television screen on a dining room table. There you go. So, this possible tornado, again, coming up on Rucker and Leon or D-Lime, not as impressive looking. It looks much more outflowy. Straight line wind signature versus tornadic. So that's good news in that department. That might mean we can at least not deal with that for a few minutes. That looks much weaker. That doesn't mean it's done. It just means it looks weaker for now. We're going to go back up here because I think this is trying to do something mischievous again. Again, this is a circulation that's not tornado warned right now, but is attempting to spin up. That's Highway 281 and Interstate 20 in southeastern Palo Pinto County. If this storm were to continue, this could be a threat for places like Millsap, Cool, maybe even the city of Weatherford. And there's going to be a tornado warning for it here in a minute, it looks like. So, again, a tornado warning coming, it looks like, for this storm in Palo Pinto County. This is going to be for portions of Parker as well. If you're in Weatherford, Cool, and Millsap, go ahead and get ready to head to your safe place as we see a new tornado warning probably issued in the next few minutes. And there it is. Okay, we're going to have... Boy, this reminds me of the classic I-20 supercells back in the 2000s. It's going to be a new tornado warning for Parker and far southeastern Palo Pinto County until 7:30 a.m. This is going to be a tornado warning that does include a large population center. This will include Interstate 20 from Highway 281 on the west side all the way almost to I-30, I-20 on the east. So we want no one traveling on Interstate 20 right now from, let's just say, Fort Worth to Gordon. If you're in the city of Weatherford, you're going to be in this tornado warning. That means all school transportation needs to stop. Students, wherever you are, need to get to a safe place. This tornado warning will also include Lipan. No, it will not, I'm sorry. It will include places like Annetta, Annetta South, Annetta North, the city of Weatherford, and Brazos, for what appears to be a developing tornado very near Interstate 20 and Highway 281. Violet, thank you for all your help. You're doing a great job moderating our YouTube chat. Okay, so again, this is a potential developing tornado near Highway 281 and Interstate 20. This is going to be making a beeline up into Parker County, including the city of Weatherford and Annetta. I'm just going to read the tornado warning directly. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado just northwest of Lipan or 16 miles south of Mineral Wells, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This tornado will be near Brock at 7 a.m., Western Lake at 7:10, Weatherford, Hudson Oaks, and Annetta at 7:25, Willow Park and Lake Weatherford at 7:30 a.m. This tornado warning includes Brock, Junction, Santo, New Salem, Dennis, Brazos, Annetta South, Annetta North, Tin Top, and Bennett. So we've seen a transition happen here. We've got a new circulation that has really ramped up now in far southeastern Parker County. That is a threat to Weatherford and all the communities around it. This is going to be moving northeast, again, at 35 miles an hour. So again, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the Zilch. Zero. Not at all. As we deal with a potential tornado now, Interstate 20 and Highway 281. We'll zoom on in. Again, you can see that circulation quite strong just southeast or right around Interstate 20 and Highway 281. Let's go back up. I don't want to leave anyone out. Give me just a second. I need to make sure we're on the right radar. Go back up here into Wise County. We'll look at the reflectivity mode. Again, supercell thunderstorm. Let me get some roads going. All right, this potential tornado near Private Road 3627, County Road 30, okay, let's just say Old Bethel Road 3657. And that's County Road 3657. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Circulation remains evident. It's not a clear-cut, tight circulation. Nevertheless, it is one capable of producing a tornado. So we want folks in southern Wise County to be in shelter. That includes places like Paradise, those of you on Highway 114 to just west of Boyd. And again, there you go. Zoomed out. This is staying south of 380. This doesn't include Runaway Bay. Bridgeport, Decatur does not include Newark, Aurora, or Boyd right now. Although if you're in Boyd or just west, you might be in a warning shortly. Back south, what looks to be a dangerous supercell thunderstorm with a very tight area of rotation is now very near Interstate 20 and just east of Highway 281 near Live Oak Road. Again, this could be a tornado down right now, a very intense circulation, what we call gate-to-gate circulation, indicating the potential for a tornado down now. That's 65 miles away, 40 towards 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate. We now have a tornado debris signature, so we do have a confirmed tornado doing damage just east of Highway 281 coming up on Interstate 20. This is a tornado that is now confirmed on the ground, moving northeast towards, let's see, it's moving to be south of Millsap and could impact Weatherford in about 25 minutes. So again, this is a confirmed tornado with a tornado debris signature being detected by radar. That means the radar is able to determine it is not a raindrop or a hailstone, but pieces of vegetation, could be structural debris. If we have vehicles involved, could be metals, stuff like that. The radar is able to tell, hey, this isn't the same as a raindrop. The correlation is lower, and we're able to see that. So we do have a tornado in progress, confirmed now, near Interstate 20, about to move into Parker County, east of Highway 281 by maybe 2 miles, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we have a confirmed tornado located just northwest of Live Pan, pretty much on Interstate 20. 14 miles south of Mineral Wells, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And again, this is a confirmed tornado. It means it's down, and we have confirmation it's down. Let's go check the southern storm. Give me just a second, sorry. So again, tornado is confirmed down near Interstate 20 and far southeastern Palo Pinto County, about 2 miles east of Highway 281. We'll go ahead, we'll look at this, the southern circulation. The storm near Gorman to DeLeon really doesn't look organized right now in the circulation department. A tornado warning continues, but it's not organized right now. It's generally going to be moving towards areas near and north of Stephenville could have some high wind. We'll see if the circulation spins back up, but for now it's behaving itself for a few minutes at least. Back to the Parker County storm. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with here. That's that. This is a storm that has a tornado down at this point. At least it did about 4 minutes ago. Near Interstate 20, approaching the Parker-Palo Pinto County line, probably 2 miles east of Highway 281. What's that mean? It means we know there's a tornado. It's not just the radar or us thinking there's one, it's actually been confirmed. So adds a layer of urgency to the situation. And this storm's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour towards the city of Weatherford. Tornado debris signature continues now. We'll go ahead and show that to you. You can see that's the blue donut. That is tornado debris being lofted on Interstate 20 right now, about 3 miles east of Highway 281. So again, we have a tornado on Interstate 20 lofting debris now about 3 miles east of Highway 281. So this is a confirmed tornado now moving into Parker County on Interstate 20, generally moving up Interstate 20 towards the city of Weatherford, just south of Millsap. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if there's a traffic camera I can pull up real quick. Again, folks, it is still dark out. Please understand. Boy, this is not good. This is a dangerous situation. We want no one on I-20 right now from Weatherford southwest to Highway 281 at least. It's still dark out, guys. Rain-wrapped tornado in the dark on a major interstate is not good. But let's get back to it. Oh. All right, there's the update. Tornado now looks to be just southeast of Interstate 20, moving more easterly. Continues. Let me zoom out and put some roads on here. I don't want to get too focused. Okay, this is going to be coming up to Gilbert Pitt Road. Again, this is I-20. Now east of Live Oak Road, coming up to Gilbert Pitt Road. Grindstone or Constellation Drive. Grindstone Road. Lazy Bend Drive. This is a tornado that is down. Back to the reflectivity. It's down, we know it, but you're not going to see it. It's probably wrapped in rain. And we continue with a tornado debris signature. That means the radar is detecting pieces of structures, vehicles, tree debris, etc. that have been lofted. So again, this is a dangerous situation with a tornado confirmed doing damage and is down. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see we've got winds moving towards the radar in Burleson about 55, winds moving away about 35, so we still have a strong gate-to-gate circulation, along with an intermittent tornado debris signature, meaning we have a tornado that's been at least down at times over the last several minutes. And that means folks in Weatherford, Millsap, Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, Annetta, all the Annettas need to be in shelter. Looks like there was actually construction ongoing on I-20 between 281 and Gilbert Pitt Road. So assuming that hit the construction zone, there may be cones halfway across the county by now. Right there, too, was the rest area. Hopefully folks were in that rest area. If it was one of the modern ones, it had a tornado safety shelter in it. I'm just actually looking at traffic maps real quick to see if we've got issues. So again, a tornado now likely approaching Lazy Bend Road from Gilbert Pitt Road, probably. Oh, this probably is now about less than a mile south of Interstate 20, now in far western Parker County. So again, those of you in western Parker County, south of Millsap, east of Brazos, city of Weatherford, Annetta, Willow Park, Annetta North, Annetta South, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, let's go back north to our Wise County tornado warning. We haven't talked about that in a few minutes. Circulation is intensifying again as it approaches the community of Paradise on Highway 51. Paradise is located right here. I'll just put some roads on here. Let's do that. It's Highway 114. Stop it. Be nice. Be nice. It's going to be County Road 33. Forget it. That Pecan Street label is just east of there is Paradise. So we could have a tornado still down. If it is, it's going to be crossing Highway 50, or excuse me, it's going to be crossing 114 near or just southeast of Paradise in the next few minutes. And if that continues, we'll see if the Weather Service issues a new tornado warning. That would likely encompass more of Wise County and perhaps even western Denton County. Okay, so that's tornado warning number 1, again approaching Paradise in Wise County. This will remain south, barely, of Decatur. Wouldn't be too shocked if we have a new tornado warning issued for Wise and parts of western Denton County in the next few minutes. Okay, that's tornado warning number 1. Tornado warning number 2, this has been a storm that has had an intermittent tornado debris signature, meaning the radar's detected debris being lofted. This is now approaching Consolation Drive, north of Lazy Bend Road, then of Walker Lane, Grindstone Road, Old Brock Road. And again, this continues to look like a probable tornado in progress. It may not be down the entire time. It might be lifting at moments, but again, this remains a dangerous thunderstorm, capable and a history of producing tornadoes over the last 15 minutes. Now, moving further into southern Parker County, those of you in Brock need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Folks in Weatherford, that includes you too. You're in this tornado warning. Sirens are sounding in Weatherford. That means lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So that's tornado warning number 2, and that'll be moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So 2 current circulations, one approaching Paradise and Highway 114 in southern Wise County. Second is approaching Brock, paralleling Interstate 20, maybe a mile or two south of Interstate 20, northeast of 35 miles an hour towards Annetta, Weatherford eventually. May pass very close to Annetta, in fact. And there's the updated tornado warning. That'll let Parker County expire. If you're in Parker County, the threat for a tornado has concluded. We'll get the new update here. Switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. There's the updated tornado warning. So again, this tornado warning continues for Parker County. And I'll just read the updated warning here. Tornado located near Brock, 12 miles southeast of Mineral Wells, moving northeast at 30. It's going to be near Brock now. Weatherford, Hudson Oaks, Annetta, and Lake Weatherford around 7:30 a.m. That may not be right. Let me confirm that. Yeah, 7:30 a.m., maybe a few minutes sooner, and Willow Park around 7:35 p.m. Okay, so that's for that storm. If you're in the city of Weatherford, again, that tornado warning is in effect through 7:30 a.m. It includes Weatherford, Annetta, Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, Brock. Northern storm, which appears to be ramping up again. Now near Paradise on 114. Yeah. Put some more roads out here. I know y'all can't read them, but I can. I'm just setting them up so I can use it later. Okay, so possible tornado crossing over 114 near or just south of Paradise. That's going to be moving northeast. This will stay south of Decatur, barely, but could be a threat to places like Ponder and Crum. All right, new tornado warning. Switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. We'll talk about who's in and who's out, because a lot of folks are about to get woken up. It's going to be a new tornado warning for Wise County and western Denton County. We'll let it filter into the system real quick. This tornado warning will include the city of, however, this tornado warning will include the city of Decatur, so y'all actually need to take your safety precautions, even though it'll likely stay just south of town. Nevertheless, we're not going to play with this. If you're in Decatur, Slidell, Ponder, Crum, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Possible tornado located near Paradise, 7 east, southeast of Bridgeport, moving northeast at 30. Near Decatur at 7:15, Crum around 7:45. This includes Ponder, Stony, Bolivar, Slidell, and Cottondale. So y'all are in a tornado warning until 7:45 a.m. Again, this does run almost to Interstate 35, but doesn't. So again, this will be a tornado warning for Wise and western Denton County until 7:45. A possible tornado located near Paradise, moving northeast at 30 to 35 miles an hour. We'll switch from the how hard it's raining to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and that'll be your circulation right there. Now east of 114, moving like that. So again, tornado warning, 7:45 for western Denton County, Wise County. Includes the city of Decatur. This includes 287 around Decatur. So no one traveling between Aurora and, let's just say, Alvord. Tornado warning includes places like Crum, Ponder, Slidell, Stony, Bolivar, Condale. So y'all need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to go outside and look at this thing. If there's a tornado down, it is likely wrapped in rain. All right, let's go back down to Parker County. And the good news is this circulation looks less intense than it did a few minutes ago. It's still very evident and could produce a tornado or have a tornado, but it looks like it's cycling and completely wrapped in rain. Nevertheless, it could cycle back up really quick. So folks need to remain in shelter if you're in places like Weatherford, Annetta, Willow Park, Brock. All right, this is coming up on Grindstone Road, Walker Lane, eventually Old Brock Road in the next few minutes, Old Dennis Road within 5 minutes. And again, this thing's cycling now, but it remains in an environment conducive for tornadoes, and it could spin right back up really quick. So please remain in shelter. As we head further southwest, we are starting to see a more solid line of storms develop, which would be good. That would hopefully knock this tornado threat down somewhat. No signs of strong rotation with these storms. Could have some strong outflow winds from them, though. And we'll be keeping an eye on it for sure. I'll drink some water real quick. Okay, so let's review. We have 2 tornado warnings in Texas right now. Both are in North Texas. Tornado warning number 1, Central Wise County, Western Denton County. Possible tornado located 2 miles northeast of Paradise. It'll be crossing 287 near or just south of the city of Decatur within the next 10 minutes. Moving northeast into eastern Wise County, eventually into western Denton County. Slidell, Ponder, Crum. Eventually could be a threat to 35 near Saner. Moving northeast to 35 miles an hour. Go back south. All right, this tornado warning in Parker County. On current trajectory, this will be near the Parker-Tarrant County line at about 7:30 a.m., and then be crossing over 35W at about 8 a.m. Okay, so possible tornado located near Grindstone Road, moving up towards Old Brock Road, southwest of the city of Weatherford. This circulation is going to be passing near or south of Weatherford. It's kind of paralleling I-20 at this point. It's been staying south of the interstate ever since it dropped a tornado on the interstate back near the rest stop at 281 in far southeastern Palo Pinto County. At this point, we'll see if the circulation ramps back up. It remains evident it's currently cycling. I don't think we have a tornado down this instant, but it could quickly change. What was looking like the weaker storm earlier has become a more dominant feature. A pretty good looking storm now, approaching 287. Southeast of Decatur, in fact, a very strong circulation now apparent on radar. Winds moving away from the radar in Burleson, about 65 miles an hour. Winds moving towards the radar, about 37, so about 100 to 110 mile an hour shear. Could put a tornado down any second. Not seeing a bona fide tornado debris signature right now. Well, I'm looking, trust me. I've got a different radar source over here to keep an eye out, but we might have had a little tornado debris signature. We'll wait another scan to see. but definitely the potential for a tornado is now increasing. Along Highway 287, south of Decatur, County Road 4226, County Road 4228, County Road 4127. Again, potential for a tornado increasing. Very well organized supercell at this point. A strong gate-to-gate velocity signature. Definitely concerned we're about to have a tornado produce. So those of you on 287, City of Decatur, south, need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Remember, we're talking about the most intense storms here. There's other storms that are not severe, but we're focusing on the ones that are most threatening to life and property. So if you want to know what's going on near you, TexasStormChasers.com/radar, or just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. That'll let you look into your local area and keep an eye on the sky. All right, now I can tell you there is a tornado down in Wise County. Tornado debris signature now evident with this circulation. We have a confirmed tornado. Switch back over. You'll see it here in a second. I'm going to turn the smoothing off and let that load. Give it just a second and you'll see the blue donut, but we do have a tornado now down right there. It's going to be your tornado debris signature. Tornado down near South Old Reunion Road, north of County 4280. Tornado in progress and confirmed. That's a tornado debris signature indicative that we do have a tornado doing damage. So again, a confirmed tornado now approaching Highway 287, approaching County Road 4127, approaching Highway 287 about a mile or two south of where 81 business splits off into Decatur on the south side. So again, a confirmed tornado now approaching Highway 287, dangerously close at the south side of Decatur. This will be a tornado down, doing damage based off a confirmed tornado debris signature. So no one needs to be going south out of Decatur right now. We don't want folks on Highway 380 between the city of Denton and Decatur. This tornado, if it stays down, will be crossing 380 a few miles east of the city of Decatur within the next 15 minutes. With a confirmed tornado now doing damage based on the tornado debris signature, that little blue donut. Winds off the velocity data, 70 miles an hour moving away from the radar. And probably 40 moving towards. So again, a dangerous situation now with a confirmed tornado doing damage approaching Highway 287. Now very near County Road 4127, approaching Highway 287 just south or at the 81 business split-off that goes up into Decatur. This should stay just south of Decatur, but a problem undoubtedly underway with a confirmed tornado based on the tornado debris signature, that little blue donut. Y'all need to be in shelter. Absolutely no one on 287 or 380 south and east of Decatur, folks. There's a tornado down. If you're on this highway when this tornado crosses, you're going to probably get flooded into a field or worse. And we don't need that. So again, this is a confirmed tornado now that'll be passing near Highway 287, near or just south of the 81 split up into Decatur. Moving northeast, this will be passing over Highway 380, probably a couple miles east of Highway 287 shortly, east of Decatur. We'll get a new scan here in just a second. There you go. Tornado debris signature now almost on 287. This is going to be County Road 4127. Confirmed tornado down, doing damage, now approaching Highway 287. Highway 81, right near the split-off where it goes business up into town. So again, this is a tornado that is down. I'm just looking for cameras. I'm not forgetting about you, Parker County. Don't worry. We're going to actually check on you now. In just a second, actually. I'm going to switch to a different source This is terminal Doppler weather radar. I want to see if we're in range. We are. All right. Time to stand up for a while. Move this chair. Oh, all right. I'll turn the smoothing back on. I know most folks like that. Let's talk about the Parker County tornado warning. We'll switch back over to the velocity, spinning back up again, right on Interstate 20, spur 312 on the west side of Weatherford. We have a tornado debris signature. Not yet, but that's spinning up pretty quick again. So again, Weatherford, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Circulation is spinning up again just on the southwest side of Weatherford. Y'all need to be in a safe place immediately if you're in the city of Weatherford. You should have been there 15 minutes ago, but if you're just getting the word now, get into shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have a confirmed tornado about to cross over Highway 287, very near the 81 business split-off on the south side of Decatur. Tornado debris signature now on Interstate 20, southwest sides of Weatherford. So now we have two tornadoes on the ground doing damage. First tornado, southwest side of Weatherford, just east of the loop split-off. Second tornado doing damage now on Highway 287. It just crossed 287. Just southeast of the business split-off. It'll be coming up to County Road 4010 within the next 3 minutes or less. You need to be in a safe place. Very strong velocity signature. Tornado continues. Back in Weatherford. Just had a tornado spin up. It's going to be now east of 312. Sanchez Creek Court. Switch over to the debris tracker. You can see little debris signature right there. It's not a big debris signature, but it's a debris signature indicating that we did have at least a brief tornado touchdown. Interstate 20, just west of Sanchez Creek Court, Rourke Lane, Coy Road, and this is moving east-northeast. This circulation, at least. It'll be coming up towards the Rick Williams Memorial Highway. That's spur 312 coming out the west side of Weatherford. So two tornadoes. One now just east of 287, southeast sides of Decatur, moving up towards 380. Second tornado, southwest sides of Weatherford, approaching Rick Williams Memorial Highway, near Interstate 20. All right. Real quick, we'll turn smoothing back on. Okay, I don't see any circulation with that right now. Back to the Decatur storm. Looks like we still have a tornado down with this thunderstorm. Now approaching County Road 4010. And then after that, it's going to be coming up on Highway 380. A couple miles east of Decatur. I'm going to say probably in the next 5 to 7 minutes, probably about 3 to 5 miles east of Decatur, this tornado, if it's still down, is going to be crossing. Switch back over to the velocity mode. You can see what we call gate-to-gate coupling. Even stronger, this scan, honestly. This is what, yeah, it's not good. What could be a stronger tornado. So again, tornado continues, and the velocity signature is intensified. Winds moving towards the radar at 60, winds moving away at 65 to 70, so we're up to about 110 to 120 shear. Tornado continues. Switch over to the debris tracker. Yeah, we still got that blue donut, admittedly not as defined there, but given the velocity signature, given the reflectivity signature, I believe a tornado does continue and is going to be crossing Highway 380 probably between 4 and 7 miles east of Decatur proper. After that, this tornado is going to be moving across towards Slidell. Let me put some roads up here for you. Again, that's a very strong velocity signature, indicative of a probable tornado in progress. I'm going to put some roads on here. I know there's no towns labeled on here, but I'm going to put at least some roads so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Hopefully, you recognize it if you live out here. Allison Slidell Road, Oil Lease Road, County Road 2311, Private Road 4011 on the south side of 380, County Road 2830, Wade Road in western Denton County. Weatherford tornado is no longer evident on radar. That tornado debris signature and that velocity couplet have both collapsed, so that's good. We'll talk about that in just a second. A small tornado debris signature continues with this circulation now crossing Highway 380 right there. Very strong circulation, but not a overly intense tornado debris signature. It's still there, but it's not overly intense. Let me see if I can't get a road. Coming up on County Road 2311 and Highway 380, tornado continues. Tornado debris signature is not as intense. The velocity couplet's still intense, but not as intense. About 100 to 110 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear and a small tornado debris signature. So tornado continues now on Highway 380 near County Road 2311. So probably about 5 to 7 miles east of the city of Decatur. Those of you in Slidell, you need to be in a safe place. This is moving up into northeastern Wise County, which is going to be mostly rural, but a lot of folks live out there still. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Same thing goes in western Denton County. If you live west of Sanger, you live west of Crum, north of Crum. In Crum, you live in Ponder to the north of Ponder. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, back into Parker County. We'll switch over to the how hard it's raining mode. It's pouring in Weatherford right now. Might even have some pea-sized hail. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And the good news is there really isn't much of a circulation evident right now in the low levels. That doesn't mean the storm's done. It just means at this point it seems to be cycling, which is good news. All right, we've got, we've got damage south of Decatur and unconfirmed reports of injuries with this tornado. So this is a damaging tornado. As this crossed around 287, Weatherford storm cycling back up again. Okay, tornado now likely north of Highway 380 barely. And with that tornado debris signature we had earlier, apparently we've got major damage to some structures south of Decatur. We'll go back to this storm. Let me turn the smoothing back on. You can see this is starting to wind back up, it looks like. I know this is what we call a high precipitation supercell, but this is your inflow. This is your wet, large rear flank downdraft. It's obscuring the circulation, so you wouldn't be able to see it. And we'll switch back over to the Ola. Let me make sure it's actually zoomed on me. That's your circulation there now, east of Weatherford, approaching Hudson Oaks. I'll tell you, we got problems in Wise County. We're getting damage reports with this circulation that was down southwest and south of Decatur. Let's get back up here. Back to the radar, and I'm just going to read this verbatim right from the Weather Service. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located east of Decatur, moving northeast at 30. A large tornado, to repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. Okay. So we've got this storm that has produced apparently what has probably been a significant tornado. Not seeing a tornado debris signature now, but that doesn't mean it's not there. If you're in Slidell, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, but as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Same thing goes if you are in western Denton County. If you're west and northwest of Crum and you're west of Sanger, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, but as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It does look like this storm is starting to cycle, meaning the circulation that produced the strong tornado is weakening, but it could just ramp back up again real quick, so we're going to have to keep an eye on it. Speaking of which, let's get back to Weatherford. This circulation, you'd see here, look at the reflectivity. It is starting to ramp back up again, I think. And we need to check these storms further southwest. Strong storm north of Stephenville showing some modest rotation aloft. No tornado warning for that. We've got these storms that do look more linear or in a line that extend from near Weatherford southwest to Stephenville down to Comanche, which is good. We want a squall line. These discrete storms can be problematic in the tornado department, but a squall line, at least it tends to keep the tornadoes, if there are any, on the brief, shorter variety, which is good. Okay. Well, we have 18-wheelers rolled over at Interstate 20 and Brock Highway, 4 miles southeast of Millsap. That's likely from what happened earlier with a possible tornado. Weatherford circulation coming up on County Road 730. It does not, it looks pretty broad right now, honestly. It doesn't look, gate to gate, but it could spin up again in a hurry. We still have a tornado warning for another 6 minutes. Yes, and we'll see if they decide to extend that. Now, that's going to be a big choice, because if you extend it, you put it in a very populous area. So they're going to be doing their due diligence. But if it needs a tornado warning, it'll get a tornado warning into Tarrant County. And I'm not sure it's done, to be honest. It's still spinning a lot aloft. It's still trying to spin back down to the surface, I believe. All right, let's get back up to Wise County. This tornado warning continues until 7:45 a.m. for a storm that has a history of producing a damaging tornado back south and southwest of Decatur about 10 to 15 minutes ago. We've heard some unconfirmed reports that there have been injuries with that. And we'll defer to DFW Scanner for any reports they may get later. But again, this circulation is definitely wound down for now. My confidence in there being a tornado is much lower than 10 minutes ago. But this thing could easily cycle back up again. And the tornado warning continues for areas northwest of Crum, west of Sanger, over to, I'm going to make sure I get this right, Slidell. So we have 2 tornado warnings. Let me just zoom back out, honestly. Let's go over what we have right now. Now, almost solid squall line it seems to be trying to develop from near Windstar World Casino, Thackerville, Oklahoma, Gainesville, Decatur, Weatherford, Stephenville, Comanche. Still seeing some embedded supercell structures within this, and the threat for tornadoes will continue. And out of the most intense storms, along with damaging winds. Oh, that's not good. I just got a report of debris falling out of the sky just northwest of Decatur. And mind you, that tornado passed southeast of Decatur. I can tell you now what that means. If you've got debris falling out of the sky back northwest of Decatur, that means whatever tornado we had, well, the debris from that is being deposited now, falling out of the sky, which means pieces of trees and small pieces of insulation are falling 1 mile northwest of Decatur. Now, we're not talking about like debris that's going to, hurt anyone or damage anyone, just small pieces of, tree limbs, insulation, but you don't see that with some tornadoes, so it was obviously probably a damaging tornado. All right, let's get back down to Parker County. The storm seems to be trying to wrap back up again. This is going to be a circulation just north of Hudson Oaks. Right here. Let me turn off the telestrator. We'll put some roads. And again, this is a broad circulation. A strong circulation, but broad. This is going to be the Azle Highway. It goes from Weatherford up to Azle. About to move into western Tarrant County in the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So the Weather Service is going to have a choice to make. Are they going to extend the tornado warning or not? If they extend it, it's going to go into Tarrant County. But we'll see. What it's worth, we'll go ahead and zoom back out. We seem to be in a bit of a transition phase here. I'll say this. They've let the tornado warning for Parker County expire. So we're down to 1 tornado warning for now. And that's going to be with this thunderstorm in northeastern Wise County moving into Denton County. Good news is, for the moment, this circulation has fallen apart. Much, much weaker right now. But we're going to watch and respect it, given the fact it just put down a damaging tornado 15 minutes ago. This tornado warning continues for another 15 minutes, northwestern Denton County, far northeastern Wise County. It's going to be coming up towards Wade Road, North Branch Road, probably right now over Allison Slidell Road. We're probably getting some pretty strong winds at the surface. Not seeing a tornadic signature at this point, but the tornado warning is going to stay there just in case it tries to redevelop. Now, we don't have a tornado warning right now with this circulation northeast of Weatherford, southwest of Azle. But I want to emphasize this. This thing could spin up again really quick. So I guarantee you they have a tornado warning drawn up, and they will push that button faster than a fly swatter going after a tick if they need to. In fact, let me see if I can't get... I'm switching local radar data real quick. I'm going to see if we can get data. Okay, so that's got that circulation. What on earth is going on up here? Oh, good grief. Okay, we've got a circulation spinning up really quick just north of Gainesville. It's going to be a threat to Callisburg, north of Whitesboro. So, well, there might be a tornado warning up here in a minute. So again, this is going to be a potential developing tornado just north of Gainesville, moving northeast at 35 to 45 miles an hour. That'll be a threat to Callisburg, Whitesboro, up to the Red River. And again, this is an area where we don't necessarily have the greatest radar coverage, as we've clearly mentioned and whined about over the last year. So those of you in Gordonville, Whitesboro, need to be in a safe place, as it now a tornado warning. So there you go, tornado warning. And we might have something trying to spin up northeast of Stephenville too. We'll look at that in a minute, but this is going to be a tornado warning. For a circulation just northeast of Gainesville, moving northeast at 35. It'll be near Callisburg at 7:40. It's going to be near Pottsboro and Lake Texoma about 8:15. So if you live... Well, excuse me, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to burp. If you live in Gordonville, you live north of Whitesboro, you live in Callisburg, Lake Texoma, then eventually northwest of Denison, you need to be in a safe place. Tornado warning until 8:15 this morning. I really think we're about to have a tornado warning back for Parker County and Tarrant County. This thing's spinning up. Those of you in Azle, I really would recommend you go to your safe place. This thing's spinning up again, in my opinion. We don't have a tornado warning at this second, but I think this is spinning up. So if you're in Azle, I think at a point of least regret, you might want to consider going to your safe place. Lowest room, center floor, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, just in case this thing's trying to spin back up. No tornado warning right now. We don't issue them. But it's suspicious, and I don't trust it. And out of least regret, you might just want to take shelter. This would be on the Azle Highway near Tucker Drive. Moving northeast, kind of towards Azle. Yeah, I really think folks on 730 need to be in shelter. So if you're on the Azle Highway, I really would encourage you to be in shelter right now. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. This is going to be near Pearson Ranch Road. It's going to be and for what it's worth, major damage south of Decatur on FM 730, and that's from DFW Scanner. Azle Highway, we got a new tornado warning northeast of Stephenville. But again, real quick, I want to encourage folks north of Willow Park near Azle. No tornado warning, but I think it's tightening up again. It may be completely gone in a minute or two, but I don't trust it. But let's go back to our new tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Hood County. It's going to be right up 377. And we're going to have a tornado warning in a minute for Parker and Tarrant, so it's about to get real busy. All right, it is 7:35 a.m. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer with continuing tornado coverage across North Texas as we are dealing with the potential for tornadoes now approaching the DFW Metroplex. Real quick. All right, this is going to be a possible tornado on Highway 377 near Bluffdale, 13 miles northeast of Stephenville, moving northeast at 40. It's going to be Tolar, Granbury. You're in the direct line of fire from this possible tornado that is developing. Clear Hook Echo, good circulation. And again, this includes a good chunk of Hood County, so 377 all the way from Bluffdale up to Crescent, where you intersect with 171. This includes Granbury, Tolar, Pecan Plantation. And that is a tornado warning until 8:15. New tornado warning, as we were just discussing, this is going to be a tornado warning for Tarrant and Parker County. Well, let me be very clear. This only is for northeastern Parker and far northwestern Tarrant. This is a tornado warning for Reno, Azle, Pelican Bay, Saginaw, Hazlet, Keller, the Speedway, Lakeside. This does not include Lake Worth, any part of Fort Worth, Watauga, DFW Airport, anyone south of Interstate 30, south of 820. This is a problem for far northwestern Tarrant County approaching Azle. A possible tornado located near the Azle Highway, or 730. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Let me put some roads on here for you. You're looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode. Green, rotation moving towards the radar in Burleson. Red moving away. That little circulation right there, which you can kind of see on as a hook on how hard it's raining. Moving kind of northeast towards Azle. This is going to be crossing Highway 199, maybe near Azle, perhaps a couple miles southeast. If you're in Reno, Pelican Bay, Saginaw, Hazlet, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. As of a minute or two ago, this circulation was closest to Valley View Drive, Armadillo Drive, again, the Azle Highway, Tucker Drive, coming up on Chuckwagon Drive, or Trail, excuse me. Then Clayton Road, Church Road, Veal Station Road eventually. Could be coming up on Reese Lane. Again, I assume these are all neighborhoods. So again, that'll be a tornado warning. Circulation didn't look as strong on that latest scan. So again, it's how these work. They can spin up real quick, but sometimes spin down just as quickly. Hopefully that is what has happened. Okay, so that is tornado warning there. Tornado warning for Denton and Wise counties has been allowed to expire. Excuse me. Let's be clear. This tornado warning that's in northwest Denton County so far is behaving itself. I don't think they're going to reissue that tornado warning. Going from north to south, a possible tornado near or just west of Callisburg. Now northeast of Gainesville, this is east of 35. If you're on 35, you're fine with this. Going south, you may not be coming into Denton, Tarrant, but that's another story. This tornado warning includes Oak Ridge, Callisburg, potential tornado near or just northwest of Callisburg. That's going to be moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. That storm will be a threat to Lake Texoma, Gordonville, north of Whitesboro on Highway 377. Again, the radar coverage is not great. Dexter, same story goes. We've been over this over and over again this year, where we talk about how we can't really see in the low levels up here. So folks, take this seriously, and that I can't tell you exactly where the circulation is down to the street level, as unfortunately has been demonstrated multiple times this year on the Red River. All right, tornado warning continues. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a spin-up tornado now approaching Azle, probably 2 to 3 miles southwest of Azle proper. Tornado warning for Denton and Wise counties allowed to expire. So this is going to be crossing over Highway 199 near the Azle Highway, probably. After that, could move towards Pelican Bay, Hazlitt. Eventually may impact the Texas Motor Speedway. The BNSF auto sorting facility and the storage container facility where they have such a large operation, they need to be in there enacting their tornado safety plan. And then the circulation now on Highway 377. This is going to be coming up. 377, direct threat to Tolar and Granbury. Let me press the super duper awesome blossom arrow button of life. And again, this is going to be in Tolar and probably in about 5 minutes. 7:45. Granbury, this could be in town by 7:55. Again, the potential for a tornado with this thunderstorm. Oh, look, I broke it. I'm very proud. We haven't really been dealing with long-lived tornadoes this morning for the most part, but they can spin up real quick, do damage, and then, disappear. And these have shown a history of cycling where they weaken for a while, they look like doo-doo, and then they suddenly pick back up, and they're like, hi, I'm a rotating updraft. I'm going to drop a tornado. And that happens, unfortunately, with these situations. So you have to be vigilant and understand these are cycles. They go up, they go down in terms of their intensities. And not every cycle results in tornado genesis. So, again, we're busier than a hot dog at Wrigley Field. And it's 7:45 in the morning. Okay, so a couple circulations. First circulation near Tolar could put a tornado down at any point in time. 2, circulation near Azle, coming up Azle Highway, approaching 199. That could be a brief tornado at any time. Tornado warning for Denton and Wise counties is no longer in effect. And then we have a possible tornado that will be crossing north of Callisburg, maybe near Callisburg, and then crossing over. Why do we have all these? There we go. Near or just north of Callisburg, and then we'll be crossing over towards Dexter and Highway 377 at Gordonville, and then eventually Lake Texoma. And I'll say this, anyone thinking of trying to go out and look at damage south of Decatur, you're going to get yourself in a world of hurt. And trust me, they're not in the mood for people trying to looky-loo right now. They're still trying to do search and rescue operations. Leave them alone. You want to see pictures, that's what the media are for. They're going to be up there with helicopters within the next hour or so, I'm sure. But right now, they're still probably trying to pull people out of buildings. So do not interfere. It's not worth 15 minutes of AdSense on YouTube. All right, this is going to be a circulation, again, coming up near Tolar. This is the most impressive looking one right now. It definitely has the look of trying to produce a tornado right on 377. And coming up, this latest scan, not as impressive looking, but again, tornado warning continues for Tolar. Granbury, you've got probably 10 minutes as this storm moves northeast at 40 miles an hour. And again, these are going to cycle up and cycle down. What I think is going on over the last little while is that we're starting to see linear mode finally take over, where we have a line of storms versus just storms all out by their lonesome, spinning up and causing mischief. And that line now extends from near Gainesville to Decatur to Azle to east of Weatherford to Granbury, down 377 to Stephenville to Comanche to near Goldwaite. And again, what I expect to occur is this line's going to keep moving east 30 to 40 miles an hour until it's in Louisiana and Arkansas later this afternoon. We're still going to have to watch for brief spin-up tornadoes in this line out of the strongest storms, damaging outflow winds, and maybe some pocket change size hail. If for some reason, and there's a chance this might happen in East Texas this afternoon, we start to transition back to a supercellular mode where we have semi-discrete storms again in East Texas this afternoon, the tornado threat's going to go back up, and that would include the threat for stronger tornadoes. And we'll talk more about that later, but I guess I can just show you real quick. Hold on, let me press buttons and see if I can't break everything I have. Again, this is the tornado risk. Let me turn off some of these towns. Okay, there you go. This is the risk for a tornado today. You can see we have a low risk, North Texas, parts of Central Texas, Northeast Texas, Texoma. Golden Triangle, we have a medium threat this afternoon. Essentially, Livingston to Rusk to Longview east in Louisiana. And that's where we could see some additional semi-discrete supercells develop this afternoon, and those could be, well, problematic. In addition to the squall line we have now, where we have a squall line producing, with some severe storms, producing spin-up tornadoes. All right, let's get back to it. All right, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be for a line of severe storms producing damaging straight-line winds, okay? It doesn't matter if it's tornadic, rotating, or straight-line winds. Both produce damage, and we're seeing indications of winds up to 60 miles an hour from near Willow Park down to Annetta south, and that's going to be moving east into southern Tarrant County, Benbrook, Crowley, Mansfield, Arlington, Forest Hill, downtown Fort Worth. Potential for a spin-up tornado in addition to damaging winds right now right over Azle. That's going to be moving over towards Hazlet, Keller, Saginaw, Texas Motor Speedway, etc. And again, I emphasize probably a brief spin-up tornado, not, we're not dealing with these longer-lived tornadoes right now. Now, mind you, a tornado is a tornado. If it comes down your block, you're going to have a bad day. You're going to be like, what are you talking about, David? So please take tornado warning seriously. I'm just trying to differentiate between what we've had in the last 30 minutes, what was a strong tornado that was probably down for over 10 miles southwest of Decatur all the way up to Highway 380 east of Decatur, versus now what might be a tornado hopscotch in a few blocks. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's down 10 miles or half a mile. If it hits your house, you're going to have a problem. So treat any warnings we deal with respect. All right, we're going to clean this up. Okie dokie. So let's go back up here. And again, tornado warnings from north to south. Possible tornado is going to be located north of Callisburg, moving up towards Dexter and Gordonville on Highway 377. Had a report of some rotation up near Callisburg a few minutes ago, and that's going to be moving up towards Gordonville, 377, and then eventually Lake Texoma. Can't rule out a tornado there, hence why a tornado warning is in effect for northeastern Cook and northwestern Grayson counties until 8:15. This tornado warning does not include Whitesboro, does not include Sherman, Denison. The threat for a tornado is over in Gainesville. Back down south. No tornado warnings in Denton County. That storm weakened. We've got a possible spin-up tornado near Azle. That'll be moving towards Pelican Bay, Hazlet, Keller, Saginaw. Straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. Hey, where are you going for breakfast?
Hooked on breakfast.
Huh?
Hooked on breakfast. I'll be back.
Okay. Damaging straight line winds. Western Tarrant County, even if there's not a tornado up here in Azle, we're probably going to have some strong straight line winds. And that circulation is starting to intensify again. I said we cycle, and we're starting to see that happen again. So the potential for a spin-up tornado increasing near Azle and Pelican Bay. No tornado debris signature right now, but again, the potential does exist, and a tornado warning remains in effect for northwestern Tarrant County through 8:15 this morning. Okay, damaging straight line winds. Let me switch modes. Again, southeastern Paca County moving into southern Tarrant County. And then we have a tornado warning for Hood County. This includes 377. Circulation now just east of Tolar. moving up towards Granbury. It's broad, it's evident. We need to watch it carefully in case it tries to spin up and create chaos, because that's what can happen. Alright. Okay, so essentially, here's what we also have going on. Back up north, sorry. This straight line wind here, Aneta, Alito, I want to emphasize right now it's straight line wind. We're starting to see indications this may try to spin up. One of these little quick spin ups on the leading edge. So don't be surprised if there's a tornado warning in the next 5 to 10 minutes. If this tries to spin up, it very well may. And again, that's just the environment we have to deal with. You respect what Mother Nature is showing you. And Mother Nature has clearly shown this morning, regardless of it being, what, Christmas is what, next week? We're what, 12 days from Christmas? And all through the region, we've got tornadoes dropping at 7 in the morning. Yeah, unfortunately. But you have to respect what Mother Nature is doing and showing you, and that includes this. So don't be shocked if we have a tornado warning for southern Tarrant County in the next 5 to 10 minutes regardless. Damaging straight line winds are coming in. Starting to see a little indication of a spin-up trying to occur just near Alito. That would be moving towards Benbrook, Forest Hill. So we'll see what happens with that. Again, this storm's moving east about 40 miles an hour. Hood County storm broad rotation continues northeast of Tolar by about 2 miles. That's going to be moving towards Granbury, where we have a tornado warning in effect until 8:15 this morning. We have a tornado warning until 8:15 for this thunderstorm in northwestern Tarrant County. I'm going to switch to a terminal Doppler weather radar. These were installed after the Delta 191 crash back in the 80s to detect wind shear. But they're also very good at updating for circulation. So we're seeing strong indications of rotation, a possible tornado right over Pelican Bay. Again, this data updates every minute, so this is literally within the last 30 minutes. Possible tornado near Pelican Bay, at least damaging winds if not, and got a rear flank downdraft, probably 60-mile-an-hour winds plus there on Pelican Bay. But again, the potential for a tornado. This is going to be moving towards Hazlitt, western sides of Keller. This will be crossing over Highway 287. We want no one on 287 between Newark, Alvord, Aurora, south to pretty much downtown Fort Worth. Frankly, I don't even know if 287 is open near Decatur because a tornado crossed it 30 minutes ago. So tornado warning has been allowed to expire for Parker County with this thunderstorm. And strong circulation continues over Pelican Bay. This will be crossing again over 287. I'm sorry, let me stop moving the map. I'm remote connected to it, so it's a bit finicky. There's the latest signature. Again, very strong rotation being indicated. This is going to be near Sandy Beach Road. This will be coming up Payton Road, Morris Dido Road, Dido Hicks Road. Then eventually this is going to be crossing Business 287 and 287. So again, Pelican Bay, y'all are probably getting rocked right now. This is going to be moving into Hazlitt. If you're in Hazlitt, potential for a tornado in the next 5 to 10 minutes or damaging winds of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour. So that is Pelican Bay, possible tornado near Payton Road, approaching Morris Dido Road. If there's a tornado down, damaging straight line winds in progress. All right. I think we just got a new scam. Yeah, there's something going on there. We'll head back to the NextRad site. Let's see. Again, we'll switch back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Circulation, not as evident, not as strong right now, but coming up, it's going to be coming up on the Paluxy Highway, probably very near Meadowwood Road right now. And then this is going to be moving near the city of Granbury and then over Lake Granbury in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Rotation aloft continues. Little hook echo there. We'll need to see if we'll keep watching it. Tornado warning continues for Hood County, Granbury, up to Crescent until 8:15 a.m. All right, make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's get back north. And again, if you're wondering about rainstorms in your specific location, you can watch our radar, interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Same radar I'm using here is also live streaming on Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. If you want to watch that, it should be on our website too. Back to the which way the wind is blowing mode. And again, we don't have a real good look with the circulation up in northern Grayson County. This is going to be approaching Gordonville, potential for a tornado. And then this is just going to move up into Lake Texoma and then be Oklahoma. Further south, we have a line of storms, Gainesville, Valley View, over to Crum, Ponder, Newark. Might have some strong winds, heavy rain, nothing severe with that activity right now. Back down into DFW real quick before I switch back to the super high-res radar for Azle. Again, one more time. Potential for a tornado or strong circulation over Granbury right now is weaker than it was a few minutes ago. Could cycle back up real quick. This is going to be moving over Granbury, perhaps up to Lake Granbury, and then eventually this is going to continue up 377 over towards Crescent, maybe northwestern Johnson County towards Godley. If it turns a little to the right, we're going to have to see if that occurs. All right, let me... And again, southern Tarrant County, straight line winds, 60, 70 miles an hour. Watching for signs of any spin-up mischief. We're not seeing that right now. And then we do have a tornado warning until 8:15 for northwestern Tarrant County, which will switch back over to our terminal Doppler weather radar that updates every minute. Again, a possible tornado trying to spin up near Moore's Dido Road, Payton Road, Dido Hicks Road. This will be moving then up towards... What is that? Up towards Hazlitt. So again, tornado warning continues until 8:15 for Hazlitt, Keller, Pelican Bay. Pelican Bay and Azle, technically it's past you to the east. Pelican Bay, get another 5 minutes. Azle, you're good to go. This is east of you. Hazlitt, tornado warning till 8:15. Keller, tornado warning till 8:15. If this continues the way it's going, they might issue a tornado warning for southern Denton, which would actually take it up to the Texas Motor Speedway, which wasn't in the warning earlier. It was a little further north than I thought, but Roanoke, Trophy Club, Marshall Creek, Texas Motor Speedway, it might put you under a tornado warning if this continues trending a little further to the north. And I'm going to have to stand up and stretch again because I've got a back of an 80-year-old. But that's okay. This thing's going to probably just move with me. And it does. Don't you love technology? All right, so quickly check on some data. There's a giant trash truck outside my window. That's interesting. So again, possible spin-up tornado now maybe a mile or two south of Newark, moving towards West Hazlitt. Might be trying to trend more towards southwestern Denton County. If they need to, they can issue a new tornado warning if needed. But again, strong winds likely with that. We have strong winds moving into western Tarrant County with a line of thunderstorms. again, that's green. I'll just draw in here and show you. Straight line winds moving east. Could have winds up to 60 plus miles an hour in spots. Can't rule out a spit-up tornado, but nothing that indicates that this second. But we're going to be watching carefully. And that's typical with these little squall lines that are moving east. We'll switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. Let me turn off that. Tornado warning for Cook County has been allowed to expire. Tornado warning continues for northwestern Grayson County. All right, down here in Hood County, we've got a tornado warning that continues till 8:15 a.m. This is for a storm with, well, a weaker circulation now, just east of Granbury, northeast sides of Lake Granbury, generally paralleling 377. Probably going to split off and turn more into northwestern Johnson County, a bit southeast of Crescent. Way it looks now, I don't know if they'd extend the tornado warning, but this thing could spin back up again in a hurry if it wants to, and it might. So we'll keep an eye on it. So that's one tornado warning until 8:15 a.m. Line of storms could have very strong winds moving east into the Tarrant County area. Straight line winds of 60 plus miles an hour. Again, those storms moving east quickly. Moving east at about 35 to 40. And once they are east, or once they're past you, you're done. For what it's worth, we're going to be watching these little individual showers popping up ahead of this line all day of East Texas. And then finally, we have a tornado warning that continues for northwestern Grayson County, north of Whitesboro. It's going to be northeast of Carlsberg near Gordonville. And that should be out of the state in the next 10 minutes, moving over Lake Texoma and then into Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains, as it will with Crazy Crashy, the Arctic cold front, next week. All right, so if we exclude the, well, I don't say exclude, but if we're not talking about the tornado warning that's about to move out of Texas, we're down to two. We have one in northwest Tarrant County and one in Hood County. That continue for another 13 minutes until 8:15 this morning. Would I expect more tornado warnings? Of course. We're not done for the day. We're far from done for the day in Texas, but, you know, we might get a little break. I might get to go use a facility. But that's probably too optimistic. All right, switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Let's see if we have any indications. Yeah, you can see that little circulation still there, coming up on 287 northeast of Pelican Bay. Splitting the difference between Hazlitt and Newark. All right, so what we're going to do real quick is taking about a 90-second break. Not going to turn the stream off. I'm just going to go run and, do some things and then return. So be right back, 90 seconds. Alright, my apologies. But you know what? Sometimes you just gotta go. Alright. We are back. Alright, let's switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. I think we might be starting, at least momentarily, to settle down in the spinny department. Now, let's take a look. Tornado warning for Tarrant County has been allowed to expire. So we are down to 2 tornado warnings, 1 northwestern Grayson County. And again, that'll be for the circulation up northeast of probably very near Gordonville, about to move over Lake Texoma. That's going to be out of here shortly. We'll take a look at that real quick again. Data hole for radar. And then they have let this tornado warning in northern Tarrant County go. It's still showing up here, but it's gone. That's just straight line winds for now. They'll be watching that very carefully just in case. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as it moves east. But I will tell you this, I am watching this thing like a hawk. I do not trust this storm. I think if we were going to have a storm try and cause mischief in the next 15 minutes, it'd probably be this one. So we'll watch that carefully as it moves east. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have a tornado warning until 8:15 for this thunderstorm that is in eastern Hood County. Now this isn't showing overly strong rotation right now either, so we might be transitioning finally over to more of a straight line wind threat. Maybe. That being said, I really want to watch this thunderstorm up here in Fort Worth, and let me show you why. I'm going to turn off this radar. Why do these tracks keep popping up? Let me tell you, if I could take these tracks out to the backyard and throw them in a pool, I probably would. This little storm right here. Let me draw something for you. Now we're looking pretty close range radar data. Notice this. Precip, little appendage here. I'm a bit concerned this is going to try and swing out. If it does that, it may try to do a spin-up tornado. So we'll keep an eye on that over the next few minutes as it moves east towards downtown Fort Worth. Not dissimilar to the May 28, 2000 track, honestly. Storm track, supercell track, not an actual tornado touching down, doing all that. But, alright, I'm going to sit back down. Oh, when you have to use cheap kitchen chairs, excuse me, no lumbar support for hours on end. Oi. All right. I'm going to switch over for a better look at the high-res radar data. So again, we are down to essentially one tornado warning in Texas right now. That one in northern Tarrant's gone. I know it's still showing up, but they let that expire. We have the one in Hood County. But to be honest, I'm curious at what's going on here in White Settlement over to River Oaks. This is the storm that I'm slightly concerned is going to try and spin up a tornado as it moves closer to downtown Fort Worth. And again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. You should be taking it seriously anyway. But, I mean, if it's just us folks keeping an eye on it, okay, well, looks like they're going to do the same thing. So, let me take some acetaminophen. Hey, John, your sirens are about to go off. right, this is going to be a tornado warning for Tarrant County. This is going to be a population hitter. This is going to be a tornado warning that is including, I suspect, downtown Fort Worth, Haltom City, North Richland Hills, might go all the way to Arlington. We'll see here in a second. All right, there you go. This is going to be a tornado warning. This includes Arlington, Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens, Fort Worth, River Oaks, Westover Hills. We have a tornado down, tornado debris signature. All right, we'll deal with this in a second. We do have a tornado debris signature. Yeah, it's probably a tornado debris signature. So again, tornado warning until 8:45 a.m. For a tornado now down, coming up on just south of Sansom Park, just northwest of River Oaks on this graphic. Tornado warning includes Westover Hills, downtown Fort Worth, Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Watonga, Colleyville, Bedford, Euless, Arlington, Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens, and we do have a tornado down. And we're going to go ahead and just dive on in. Let me show you. This will be the velocity. You can see gate-to-gate signature there with a tornado debris signature. It's going to be your little donut right there. That is a tornado debris signature coming into River Oaks. So again, this is a tornado down in a populated area. I can't tell you what the tornado intensity is, but a tornado is a tornado, and the tornado warning's in effect. So you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible immediately as this thunderstorm continues to move east. Again, this is a tornado warning for Tarrant County. It's going to be a tornado down now. This is currently tornado debris signature near Hatchery Road, southwest of 199, probably about to come up towards Roberts Cut-Off Road. Inspiration Lane. Now, let me just put it on here. Again, this is a tornado debris signature. This means we have a tornado down doing damage. Not necessarily a indicator of tornado intensity, but switch over to the the which way the wind is blowing mode, and you can see gate-to-gate couplet there. Look at the reflectivity, and you can see, we've got a little hook echo there. We'll zoomed out way too much. So again, this is a confirmed tornado just southeast of Lake Worth, just south of Sansom Park, coming up on Highway 199, just northwest of River Oaks. And that's a tornado debris signature in the blue. So again, we have a tornado down. If you are in North Fort Worth, River Oaks, Sansom Parks, Haltom City, you need to be in a safe place immediately, as we do have a tornado down doing damage. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You'll see an updated radar scan here in a second. Tornado debris signature is now on Highway 199. We do have a tornado doing damage. Highway 199, just southeast of 820. Okay, if that could really stop zooming in that much, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So again, this is a tornado down in Sansom Park, northwest Fort Worth. Those of you in Melody Hills, North Fort Worth, North Richland Hills, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Looking at the velocity, you can see we do have a circulation there. This may not necessarily be a strong tornado, but a tornado is a tornado, and you need to be in a safe place. So again, tornado down on Highway 199, just southeast of the Northwest Loop, 820 in northwest Fort Worth. For what it's worth, this tornado is moving towards the National Weather Service in Fort Worth, who, if need be, will take shelter, and the office in Shreveport will take over the warning duties. So again, this is a tornado down doing damage in the Sansom Park area of northwest Fort Worth. Storm's moving generally off to the east, northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So this specifically is a threat to north sides of Fort Worth, Haltom City, North Richland Hills. At this point, we want no one on 820 between pretty much 199 now, 35W, and pretty much we don't really want anyone driving right now in Tarrant County. So again, this is a confirmed tornado in northwest Tarrant County, moving off to the east-northeast at 30 miles an hour. Let's switch. I'm going to switch sources real quick to the Terminal Doppler weather radar. It's going to give us a more updated scan. Those of you in Saginaw, Blue Mound, North Fort Worth, Haltom City, this is a urgent call to action. You need to be in a safe place now, as we do have a tornado on the ground doing damage. Okay, let's switch over to the velocity mode. And there you go. It's right there. Tornado does continue. You can see it's crossed over 199. It's in a residential area, I believe. Come on. Okay, tornado does continue. Tornado debris signature continues. Sansom Park, northwest Fort Worth. It's about to come up to Angel Avenue, just southeast of 820. And again, this is going to be coming up on 287 Business in northwest Fort Worth in the next 5 minutes or less. After that, this tornado will cross over Interstate 820 near Interstate 35W. This is completely wrapped in rain. You're not going to likely see it. And again, this may not be a tornado that necessarily lasts very long. But you need to respect the situation. A tornado warning continues in Tarrant County until 8:45 a.m. And again, just lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'm purposely sounding calm and, this isn't the end of the world. It's going to be okay. Switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see that there. Here's the debris tracker. There's still a modest debris signature, not as strong as it was, but it continues over Sansom Park. This is going to be moving again towards Business 287, northwest Fort Worth, over towards 35W, and 820 and 35W. Moving east-northeast about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Is still in northeast of Sansom Park. It's east of 199, now south of 820. It's going to be moving closer towards, in the next few minutes, it could be near Meacham Road and 287 Business. In fact, it's probably moving over Meacham right now. So if it's still down, Meacham Airport may be receiving a visit from a tornado. And again, let's go ahead and zoom out, make sure we're not missing anything. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson County, roughly the northern half of Johnson County, southern Tarrant County, where we have straight line winds up to 60 plus miles an hour. And these storms are moving east at a pretty quick pace too. In fact, we're seeing a very strong surge of outflow winds near Godley. Winds 60 plus miles an hour with this line of storms. So definitely could have damaging straight line winds. And again, a tornado warning continues for Tarrant County until 8:45 a.m. A confirmed tornado is located just northeast of Sansom Park, now approaching Meacham Field in northwest Fort Worth. After that, over the next several minutes, the tornado will approach Interstate 35W near 820 on the north side of Fort Worth. I don't believe this is a particularly strong tornado, but a tornado is a tornado. We still have a bit of a debris signature, whether or not that's just residual fallout or actual tornado still in progress. Well, I can't tell you that, but nevertheless, this storm has produced a tornado in the last 5 minutes in Sansom Park, and this tornado continues to move east at approximately 30 to 35 miles an hour. If I'm willing to bet this thing will probably occlude in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Occlude means weaken and dissipate, assuming we're following a typical, spin-up schedule. For example, the latest scan from the Fort Worth radar now no longer has a tornado debris signature, but it does still have a strong circulation. And we're just going to be watching. That's what happens with these squall lines, these quick spin-up circulations. So that's why we're here. That's why we are still here. And we're going to get through it all right. Because that's what we do. So again, if you hear the outdoor warning sirens, or you happen to come under a tornado warning today, what you're going to do is you're going to go to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have time, put on some hard sole shoes and a helmet. We don't want folks in vehicles, if possible. We don't want you in mobile homes or trailers. But do what you got to do. Here's a radar loop over the last 2 hours, just showing the progress of the storms and timing aspects. So again, over the next hour, we'll be dealing with this in DFW. Once it's east of DFW, that's it for DFW. It'll probably be sunny out by noon. And then we'll be dealing with the threat for some severe storms in East Texas, Northeast Texas, the piney woods of East Texas this afternoon. And we'll be here covering y'all too. But let's go ahead. We'll get rid of this loop. Switch back over to the high-res radar. So again, we have one tornado warning in effect right now, and that is for central and eastern Tarrant County. This includes downtown Fort Worth, Arlington, Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, Hearst, Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Bedford, Euless, and technically the terminals at DFW International Airport. So DFW has undoubtedly enacted their tornado safety plan. And again, we'll switch over to the velocity mode, and we're looking a bit noisier now. That's good. Again, circulation does remain evident now over Business 287 and I-820 on the north side of town, probably now just a bit east of Meacham. That'll be moving over 35W and 820 in the next probably 2 to 3 minutes. We no longer have a tornado debris signature, and in all likelihood, that means what was down probably has occluded and weakened, which tends to happen pretty quickly in these squall line events. If you want the meteorological term, it's just quasi-linear convective system, QLCS. Spin-up tornadoes, that's what we mean by these. They can happen pretty quickly, but they don't normally last more than a few minutes, and are typically on the weaker side of things. That being said, a tornado is a tornado, and you need to respect it. We may be starting to see a bit of a spin-up signature now just northeast of Godley, west of Burleson, in northern Johnson County. We'll keep an eye on that, but if that is the case, don't be shocked if we end up having a tornado warning for northern Johnson County in the next 10 minutes. And if, well, that happens, we're going to know about it pretty well because the radar is located here north Burleson. I would kindly ask Thunderstorm not to hit the radar site with a tornado. That would be a great debilitating effect for radar coverage. So again, we have one tornado warning, and that is for a storm in central and eastern Tarrant County. What was a brief tornado spin-up about 10 minutes ago is no longer confirmed. We still have broad rotation showing up near I-820 and 35W, on the north side of Fort Worth. That's boogieing along east on 820 on the north side of Fort Worth. We have very heavy rainfall occurring with this storm too, so traffic's undoubtedly not a pleasant experience at this moment. Looking at traffic cams, I can definitely confirm that. And again, we're just going to be keeping an eye on things here. So again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings for northern Johnson County and Tarrant County. We also have a smaller tornado warning in Tarrant County that goes until 8:45 a.m. for a circulation now over 820 and 35W on the north side of Fort Worth. Circulation itself is looking much weaker than it was, which is good and not overall surprising. Looks like we are going to be now focusing more on a storm in southern Tarrant and northern Johnson County. We'll switch over to the how hard the wind's blowing mode. Again, this is for straight line winds. We are seeing indications of winds over 50 to 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. Northwest sides of Joshua, moving towards Burleson, Crowley, Rendon, and Briar Oaks. The storm's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So, it's not the fastest we've seen, but you know what? It's still a respectable speed, especially considering it doesn't have to stop in rush hour traffic. So again, we could have winds locally over 70 miles an hour in northern Johnson County and southern Tarrant, coming up towards Burleson and Crowley and Briar Oaks and Rendon. 70-mile-an-hour winds are almost hurricane force. That's enough to knock down fences, knock down some trees, cause some shingles to go flying, and holiday decorations or Christmas decorations. Ooh-wee! Wind gets a hold of those, they're going to end up halfway to Dallas. So again, this is around southern Tarrant County, Burleson, Keene, Joshua. You could have some straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour. Back in Fort Worth, we still have a tornado warning in effect. Essentially downtown Fort Worth up to the North Loop, all the way over to DFW International Airport. Includes places like Hearst, Colleyville, Watauga, Bedford, Euless, North Richland Hills, Haltom City, Arlington. But the tornado signature is much harder to find now, which is good. And maybe we can get rid of this tornado warning. And that's the general expectation with, storms in a squall line situation. They can spin up pretty quickly in the ideal circumstance, but they also tend to spin down pretty quickly too. And that's why we're here. Simply give you warning about it. There's no reason to freak out. There's no reason to panic. If you needed to panic, I'd give you a reason to panic. But again, pretty good. Not really seeing much rotation right now with this thunderstorm in the low levels, which is good. So we might be rid of this tornado warning soon. But it could spin up again. In addition to that, we're seeing some pretty good... I'm sorry. Hold on. Again, I'm remote connected to this computer 1,500 miles away. It's being a pain in the butt. We are seeing indications of straight line winds, outflow winds in Hurst, up to DFW Airport soon in the North Richland Hills, over 60 miles an hour. So again, brief spin-up tornadoes and the potential for straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. That's enough to cause some wind damage, knock down fences, cause some trees to have some boo-boos, knock some shingles over, and your Christmas decorations are probably going to end up in downtown Dallas if you're in Arlington. But hey, you know what? Please don't go outside and try to secure the Christmas decorations when the storm hits. That's just a good way to get hit by a 2x4 or some fence post. Something ridiculous. We don't need that. Okay, we'll switch back over to the Nexrad in Burleson. Okay, let's switch back over to the which way and how hard the winds blow mode again. Pretty good surge of straight line winds. Joshua, Northeast Godley coming into Burleson and Briar Oaks. And these strong straight line winds, again, over 60 miles an hour in spots, could impact northern Johnson County, Tarrant County. We'll see. Could even impact Dallas County. Again, we're not dealing with a supercellular type situation like we were a couple hours ago. Notice we're dealing with more of a line now that extends from near Sherman down to Dedham, Fort Worth, west to Cleburne, and then a broken line of showers and a few storms all the way down into western central Texas. So again, as long as that continues, we'll be watching for some damaging straight line winds, potential for some brief spin-up tornadoes. And again, tornado watch continues until 11, and we could see a slightly higher tornado threat this afternoon in East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, where we may see some additional discrete storms develop. But again, whether it's a quick spin-up on the leading edge of a squall line like we're dealing with now, or damaging straight line winds, both can produce damage, so you need to take both seriously. And understand, sometimes these spin up faster than warnings can get on them. Sometimes they can spin up and be gone within 45 seconds. Weather Service is continuing the tornado warning for northeastern Tarrant County until 8:45 a.m. A possible tornado is located over Richland Hills, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So if you're in downtown Fort Worth, you're clear from this. If you're west of 35W, you're clear from this. If you're in Watauga, give it 5 minutes, you'll be clear. This is now moving closer to strongest winds, maybe a brief spin-up tornado, Hurst, Bedford, Colleyville. These blue colors you might be seeing, these are winds of 55, 60 plus miles an hour, probably straight line winds. Still some broad rotation, but again, this isn't a particularly tornadic looking signature at this point, but can definitely not rule out a brief tornado. And you know, there's a tornado warning for a reason. These things can spin up pretty quickly. And I mean, DFW Scanner already has a video of the tornado back over White Settlement a bit earlier. You know, a pretty quick spin up, but you know, even a quick spin up can cause damage. And obviously it did, because we had tornado debris signature. You don't get that from, well, nothing. All right, we'll switch back over to the Fort Worth Nexrad. I'm just looking at some data. And here I'm just looking at some data real quick. My apologies. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually turn off... No, I won't actually. Let's see. We'll put a storm track on this just to get a timeline over the next hour. Moving east at about 35. Alright, so put this east at about 35. I'm going to do 40. Again, this is just a timeline of where the storms are probably going to end up over the next hour. Not a big surprise there. Dallas County, Callahan County, eastern Grayson into western Fannin counties. And again, not all these storms are severe. In fact, the only severe storms at this point are northern Johnson and Tarrant counties. And, I mean, any one of these storms could produce a quick spin-up tornado. That's just the nature of the game today. And we're looking. I mean, Denton County, a few signatures aloft. We're keeping an eye on this storm in northeastern Tarrant County still. That's still under a tornado warning for another 8 minutes or so. Just in case it tries to spin up again. I mean, technically, if you wanted to be specific, let's look at this. Here. If you wanted to be particular, here's a look at the terminal Doppler weather radar. A bit of a circulation. Southeast side of Denton. This is about to be over the northwest side of... what is that? I know there's... I don't know if that's still Lake Louisville or just the tributary, probably. Northwest sides of Lake Louisville. Pretty good little circulation showing up off one of the wind shear radars for the Dallas Love Field. And that's up, going to be moving across Lake Louisville and then eventually towards Oak Point up to New Hope. That could be a quick spin-up tornado. Or straight line winds about 60 miles an hour. And again, we're just looking for these little signatures. Not all of them are tornadic, but sometimes stuff spins up pretty quick. Excuse me. And that's just what we're looking for. I can switch over to the a different radar, a little further south. That'll give us a better look at this system, or these storms in northeast Tarrant. Tornado warning for Tarrant County has been allowed to expire, so we are down to 0 tornado warnings. We'll see how long that lasts, but again, no more tornado warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for Tarrant County down into northern Johnson County. I will admit, the signature up in coming up just northeast of Corinth up towards New Hope and Oak Point does have my interest. That's not current. No, that's not valid. Again, we'll see. So again, one little circulation northeast of Corinth approaching New Hope. Could have some gusty winds with that. Tornado warning for Tarrant County has been allowed to expire. But if need be, they can put a new tornado warning out pretty quickly. And again, there you go. Tornado warning's gone. No tornado warnings. Still damaging straight line winds. Coming up to DFW Airport, and if there really are super strong winds, we're going to know about it because well, weather stations DFW. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County and northern Johnson counties for the potential of straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour at times. Not all storms will be doing that. Here, let's do this. Better? There we go. Well, didn't like that. All right, well, let's do this. Let's see if I can't get the... Nope. I'm going to take a look at just, the state over the last couple hours. Again, this is just, well, first off, let me turn off the satellite. We don't need it. This is the radar over the last 2 hours with warnings, etc. You can see we've had some tornado warnings, obviously. And at this point, we're down to severe thunderstorm warnings. There'll probably be more tornado warnings today. Eastern North Texas at times, East Texas, and Northeast Texas. But these storms continue to progress east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour at times. DFW, this is going to be done probably by 10 a.m. as storms exit to the east, and it might be sunny by lunchtime. And then that'll mark the end of the severe weather threat. For those of us in East Texas, Northeast Texas, the piney woods of East Texas, the severe weather threat actually increases and begins this afternoon, including the potential for a few tornadoes. So, now that we are down to no tornado warnings technically, I think it's a good time to let our content partners at DFW Scanner go back and enjoy their day. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully you found some information useful there at DFW Scanner. We'll still be live on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube platform and all the other stuff too, so feel free to join us. And thank you to DFW Scanner for letting us share content like this and get the word out to folks. All right, we continue with our severe weather coverage. You know what's funny? We've been doing this 5 hours now. I thought the initial live video was going to be about 30 minutes, and then we'd be back to just doing occasional updates. But obviously, Mother Nature had different ideas. We'll get back to it. So again, we have no tornado warnings right now. Technically, they did cancel that one in Tarrant County about 5-10 minutes ago. It's still showing up on our system, but it'll be gone in a minute. We'll switch back over to the high-res radar. We'll just show you what's going on. I mean, we've got heavy rain, gusty winds, small hail, all the way Denton County. That'll be in Callahan County soon. Take a look at the velocity data, and yeah, I mean, there's some pretty strong winds over DFW Airport right now, it looks like. And again, we're going to know what the actual wind speeds are because of all the wind shear equipment on the field. And then storms all the way down into southern Tarrant and northern Johnson County. So again, strong winds continue. We are dealing with a few circulations still, and one such circulation over 380. Near 377, probably allowing for some gustier winds, maybe up to 50 miles an hour down at the surface. But again, no tornado warnings right now. Just a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. So, with that being said, we've got a live radar stream up on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. I'm going to take a bit of a break for now, and of course we'll be back for any tornado warnings or any hoopla like that, but it is break time for me. Again, we'll be keeping an eye on this DFW. This is going to be east of y'all, probably in the next hour, and then East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, etc. We still have to deal with severe weather this afternoon. In fact, let me see if I can't get the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center up. Let me clean this up real quick. And again, this is the severe weather outlook through this afternoon. You can see we do have a level 3 risk across the Piney Woods of East Texas, far East Texas. And of course, we still have a risk for scattered severe storms across northeast Texas, eastern North Texas, and northern Brazos Valley. And the potential for tornadoes remains. Still low risk for tornadoes across eastern North Texas. You note that technically increases in East Texas this afternoon, where we could see some semi-discrete supercellular development, which would result in an uptick in the tornado threat. So again, we're still going to be here, but we're just going to take a bit of a break, keep an eye on things, and again, if we have tornado warnings, we will be back in a snap. Thanks for joining us this morning. I hope y'all got through everything okay. I know we've had damage and at least a couple of injuries, unfortunately. So be praying for those folks and encourage everyone in East Texas to remain weather aware this afternoon.